Okay. Looking at something new for today. Just making sure the data is sent in the streaming. All right. Okay. Something new for today. Bringing you value in every way, as I would say. So I'm just checking real quick, making sure that the stream is working on YouTube and Twitch. And let's see here. Looks like good, we're good. Yeah, awesome. Everything is excellent. Everything is great. Try to add some music today. Try to get the music hooked up and basically ran into a bunch of problems. Just one thing that I thought I would add that would be so simple ended up turning out so difficult, and it for some reason it broke my cursor, but it was also the last day that I had for my plan for cursor before it like charged me again. So I was like, that's strange, that's super annoying. Why doesn't cursor work anymore just because this music? And yeah, so now I'm gonna be working with VS Code from now on. I was gonna do that anyway. So it just made that happen a little bit quicker. But also I'm I'm a little bit bummed out about not having this music because like I found a site that had really awesome music for the stream, but then it was messing up with Gemini because I couldn't talk to Gemini and had the music, even though the music wasn't out loud, like it was just on my computer and coming through the stream, so like I couldn't even hear it. Apparently, if you have any kind of music playing, then Gemini is set up for the voice that it will like not hear you because it doesn't want to run into errors while you're playing music, something like that. That's what it was telling me. But anyways, yeah, it was the whole process with that. And sometimes, with tech, like doing something new seems like it should be easy, but yeah, just learning every day. So I haven't given up though. I still want to get music on here. I just have to find a different way to do it. Anyways, getting into the first thing for today is gonna be looking at the app I made last time, and that is the earnings insight. So I got that right here, and you can see it in the background. Um, Essentially, yeah, I think this is the best one I made yet. This is definitely the most complicated app that I made so far. And why is that? The main reason is because all my other apps, I was basically getting data from like one source. This one I've got like two or three different sources of financial data. One of them being just a regular, I think it was FinHub for the API. And then I tried a new API that I didn't even know existed, which is essentially the API that comes straight from the SEC, the Securities Exchange Commission, I believe it's called. But they're basically like they kind of like monitor and enforce laws when it comes to like the stock market and investing. So what they do is they require companies that are public, basically companies that have stocks, to do earnings calls. So essentially, like they have to give information based on like the company, and they have to provide information mostly about what their expected target revenue is, and then they have to say what it actually is, and then they're gonna usually give a breakdown of the company. Well, this is very important. I see mostly beginners don't really pay attention to that, and that's because it's so difficult to understand for beginners. And these earnings calls are not quick. They're usually, an hour or more. And the the CEOs and the corporate boards that speak on these earnings calls, they, I would not say intentionally because they all like operate differently, but they make it so, they use a lot of like words that are like business jargon that a lot of beginner investors wouldn't understand. And like all companies have different reputations, but for the most part, I think when a company has problems, they're pretty good at talking about it in a way that doesn't make it sound as bad as it actually is. Because yeah, they want people to invest. They don't want to scare away investors. Um so anyways, I made a tool called the Earnings Insight, and it's meant for beginner investors, but I myself realized very quickly that this would save like experienced investors a lot of time, including myself. So it was like, yeah, this app is really something else. Like, I'm gonna go over what it does real quick. So yeah, if you got any stocks you want me to look up with this app, go ahead, leave a message and I'll look it up. So I think I was doing Apple last time. I'm gonna try something else this time. I think trying to think if there's like one stock that's really popular right now in the news a lot, and I would say like kind of Apple and Nvidia are some of the main ones. So why not try Nvidia this time? All right, so here we go. Okay, so here's what we got here. We got the price on a line chart, and then each of these circles right here, this is the last year. So like the first one's gonna be the Q4, the quarter 4 earnings. And when you hover over it, you can see the estimated price per share, and you can see the actual for that earnings call. So you can see that when they beat it by like 3 cents. Um, Stock went down, like, right. So basically, like all these, I think a good way to kind of understand these better too for beginners is like you want to see how this tool helps tell a story. So like you can see right here, the earning, they beat it by 3 cents. Right away the stock went down, but then very quickly, within the next like month, it started to recover and it started going back up. So then like Q1, you can look and see, all right, they beat it by 1 cent. Q2, 2 cents. Q3, 3 cents. And it says like the next day move, the surprise of like what they actually beat it by in percentage. But that's not that important. This is like kind of information that anybody can get. So where it goes to the next level on this one is going to be with the truth translator. So you can click any one of these earnings calls basically in the past year. So looking at the most recent one for Nvidia, the script. So what I programmed this app to do is essentially it's gonna read the entire earnings call. Um, they get it like I'm getting this app is getting it directly from the SEC's database that the company Nvidia would have is required to provide the SEC with this report. So basically, I also hooked up to this app. I hooked up an LLM so that it can basically translate and summarize these earnings reports for beginners. And I programmed it to look at these earnings reports and basically explain it so beginners could understand. And I'm also like breaking it into main points. So like the first main point, Nvidia was saying that like their cutting edge AI chips are experiencing unprecedented demand, driving incredible growth across the board. And like me, like I mean, I believe it. Like I know like AI is a huge reason that Nvidia has seen so much growth recently, or like the last couple years. So then, essentially, we're looking at like the AI is also providing it, like the reality of what they're saying compared to what actually happened. So they're saying they delivered on that. They successfully beat profit expectations. And then the next one, though, we're actively expanding into new diverse markets, which will ensure robust and sustainable long-term success for NVIDIA. So then you can look at like the actually what happened. And despite the positive earnings beat, the stock's reaction was quite modest, only rising 0.7% the following day. Historically, a bigger beat often leads to a more significant stock jump, suggesting that investors might have wanted even more good news. So it's going to help you like understand essentially like how these earnings affect the price and what the what the company is saying compared to like what actually happened. And then over here we got the yearly summary. So this is gonna look at first like the track record. Yeah, they beat earnings each time, 4 out of 4 times over the past year. The average, like surprise, the average amount they beat earnings by was 2%. Revenue trend is growing. And here's like one of the biggest, in my opinion, like the most valuable part of this app is the big picture. So it's saying like historically, Nvidia has shown a consistent pattern of beating analyst expectations for its earnings per share. Despite those consistent beats, the market's reaction to the news wasn't always uniformly positive, with one quarter even seeing, yo, what's up, Andy World 2? Hope you're doing good. If you got any suggestions for stocks to look up with this new app, let me know. And yeah, I'm just going with the flow. So yeah, we're looking at Nvidia and one quarter even seeing a stock drop after a beat. This suggests that investors likely consider more than just earnings beats, possibly looking at future outlook or other details shared during earnings calls, especially given the fluctuating transparency, openness with information scores. So yeah, beginners don't really understand that like when I set this up, the main problems beginners have is they don't understand like how an earnings call affects the price. Because like sometimes they'll beat earnings and the price will go down, or sometimes they don't beat earnings and the price goes up. You make custom stuff like logo overlay. Oh yeah, that's cool, man. Mostly I'm just using AI to make this stuff, but yeah, if you want to go ahead, leave like a link or something. I'll definitely check it out and let you know what I think. Yeah, always trying to see something new. Definitely some of my friends that are in business are in graphic design too, so I've like understand that aspect of business pretty well, and kind of that world, and it's changing quick. So yeah, that's awesome, man. Respect, thank you. So yeah, and then we got the broken promise tracker. Um, they're saying in Q1 of 2026, following a strong previous quarter and positive stock reaction, management likely suggested that continued good financial results would lead to ongoing investor confidence and a positive market reaction. Well, here's like what they're saying, like this is kind of the summary for like the main point that AI found from analyzing the report. So the company beat its earnings per share. Its stock price actually fell the next day. This indicates investors were likely disappointed by other factors, perhaps the future outlook or specific details shared, and the company also showed less transparency, openness with information. Now we got the education station that I'm trying to put on each one of these apps, and this really is like for beginners that explains like, the main problem first is the expectation gap. Why good isn't always enough, explaining like why even if like if expectations are beat, that doesn't necessarily mean that the price will go up. There's a lot of other factors when, I think the hype in the media mostly focuses on the earnings reports, that's going to be a huge factor on like why people should buy a stock. So then we got the earnings report, what it is. It's like a corporate report card, decoding the translator, how our AI reads between the lines, and the jargon cheat sheet, which is like, very simple, like earnings per share, net income divided by the number of shares. But I think this would help beginners a lot. I think that this could do yeah, so my Discord, I don't have well, actually I do have IG, but I don't have the link yet. But my Discord is in the that's right, it's in the YouTube description, and you're coming from Twitch, so I'm just gonna copy that real quick, if I can. Let me see. Yeah, I guess I gotta go to like a different part of this, so I'll make sure. Yeah, if you can go on YouTube, I got the Discord link. Otherwise, I'm gonna find a way to add that to Twitch by the next time. But like it'll mess up the flow too much to go back and like post it on this chat right here. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the or actually the one last thing I want to show for the earnings insight is right here with this transparency gauge. So this is essentially like rating the CEO for each company on how transparent they are for their earnings reports. And this is done by AI, like how I programmed the AI to kind of read between the lines and analyze these reports. And they got a pretty good score, 70, transparent. I mean, really, from what I know about like earnings calls and like the corporate talk and everything like that, that's pretty good. Like, it's rare that like any corporation, because like no one's perfect. Every business has its own problems, but it's rare that a business is gonna just like be 100% transparent on what its problems are and say it in a way that like beginner investors would understand what's going on with that. So anyways, yeah, that's something right there. I'm really proud of this app, and I just put the link in the description on YouTube. I don't understand why I can't get the descriptions on Twitch, but I'll look into that again. Essentially, there you go, the earnings insight app I made last time, and yeah, definitely the most complicated. This one took me like 7 hours, man. I was like, and I ran into. I'm getting so much better at this process. I'd say I ran into like less problems than I ever have for any app I built, but it still took the longest. But I mean, it's worth it. Like, I totally think it's worth it. I think a lot of value in this, and yeah, gonna go on to the next project. So I got an idea of what I want to do. Last time I did earnings, so I figured this time like something that would be good. I was like already had that mindset of like, looking at the CEO and understanding how they operate for beginner investors, and it's all just like a story, like every app put together kind of like tells more, another chapter to the story. And awesome, thanks. I'll for that Discord, I'll go ahead and I'll link it up when the stream is over. Um yeah, thank you. All right, so let's see. Yeah, what I want to do is have like a CEO, more info. So essentially, this time I had an idea, and I was like, I understand that a lot of corporations will buy their own stock or even sell their own stock. Usually, the CEO owns the most of the stock, so they have enough that they could make a difference. Like, but it's not just the CEO; other people in the company do as well. And I understood that, just like how corporations have to essentially report their earnings to the SEC, they also have to report if they're buying or selling their stocks. And why this is valuable, especially to beginner investors, because they can move the price, especially if a lot of the people in the company are buying the stock. Who would know better about the future of the company than the people that actually own the company? So if I could find like a way to essentially report on that, so you could just basically like look up a stock and see like, okay, are people within the company buying or selling? That will give you a lot of information. And also, what I'd like to do if I could is get like a chart. So it'd be like the top 10 for like each day it would update, and it would show like the top 10 ranked from like most to least that CEO is buying. And then a similar chart for what they're selling. So you can see like the top 10 bought and sold stocks that are being bought and sold internally by the company itself. And I don't know that anything like that exists from the search I did. It doesn't appear to be the case. So this is something new. So yeah, what I want to do is start the planning process for that, and I'm gonna start that with Gemini, and then I will start filling out my system board behind me. So let's see. I want to make an app based on essentially like insider trading. So it'd be like, if the people inside the company are buying or selling their stocks. And I'm not really sure exactly how this app is going to be, but I have some ideas. I'm thinking to have like most apps have a ticker search where you can search any stock, and it will tell you if either that day or recently if anyone in the company has bought or sold, and hopefully how much they bought or sold, and maybe even like what percent of the what would it be, the market cap of that stock. So you would understand like, are they buying a lot, are they buying a little bit? And also I want to do some kind of chart that shows, if possible, like the biggest buys and sells that day or maybe even that week in the stock market for insiders, people within the actual company buying or selling their own stock. So I'm sure when I get to the planning process, I will plan this app out more thoroughly. But for right now, based on what I'm trying to do, can you search the internet and look for mainly beginner investors' major pain points in regards to understanding, um, insider investing, people within the company buying or selling their own stock, and how that would apply to when they should make a move like buying. Okay, building an app for tracking insider trading is a great project. It addresses a major gap in the market, making professional grade financial data accessible to everyday people. Based on the latest investor sentiment and market data, here's a breakdown of the major pain points beginner investors face and how you can solve them with the app. So there's the main one they're saying is the signal versus noise problem. Beginners see any insider sale as a bad sign. So if insiders are selling, they're saying that's bad. They think that's what they think. But in reality, insiders sell for many non-business reasons, like, you know, especially right about now around like tax season. Maybe the CEO wants to buy a new house or something, Or basically, you know, it could be that like the stock price went up a lot and they're selling because they're diversifying their portfolio. That happens a lot too. So insider buying is almost always a stronger signal than selling. As the saying goes, insiders sell for many reasons, but they only buy for one. They think the price is going up. So the app feature idea, create a sentiment score that weighs buys much heavier than sells. Use a heat map to show if multiple executives are buying at once, called a cluster buy, which is a much stronger signal than a single person buying. Beginners have difficulty understanding Form 4 filings, so the pain point. To get this data manually, you have to read SEC Form 4 filings, which are full of legal jargon and confusing codes. The insight. Beginners don't know that Code P, which is open market purchase, is the gold standard because it means the higher or the insider use their own cash at market prices. Code A market price is basically just like the current price. There's other ways they can buy it like over the counter, especially bigger buys, but yeah, if they're doing a market price, that essentially means that they want to do it quick. That means like maybe they think the price is going to go up quicker than they would have time to do it through a different method, from what I understand. And then code A just means they got free shares as part of their salary. So an app feature idea, don't just show the bought shares, show used personal cash for code P and bonus award for code A. This immediately tells the user if the executive is actually putting their money where their mouth is. The lack of context, the market cap gap, the pain point. I mentioned wanting to show the percentage of the market cap. Beginners often see a 1 million buy and think that's huge, but for a company like Apple with a $3 trillion market cap, $1 million is a drop in the bucket. It's not really going to like change anything. And the insight, investors need to know relative size. Is this buy 10% of their total wealth or like 0.001%? The app feature idea, include a skin in the game meter, show the purchase as a percentage of that specific insider's existing holdings. If a CEO increases their position by 50%, that's a massive signal, regardless of the dollar amount. And then track records. The pain point, not all insiders are good at timing their own stock. Some CEOs are notoriously bad at buying high. So essentially, history matters. If a director bought stock in 2022 and the price doubled, their 2026 buy is much more valuable. I'm not really sure what, like, I hear what they're saying, but like, you know, if if you can look back in the future and see that this same CEO always bought like at the top right before a price went down, then like that would be very good information. But the way they're phrasing this is kind of confusing to me. So the app feature, create an insider accuracy rating. Show a simple 1 to 5 star rating, basically on how the stock performed the last 3 times that specific person bought. That's a really good idea. I would not have thought of that. Yeah, I like all these ideas. So yeah, now I'm getting to filling out the blueprint. Okay. The number one problem, signal versus noise, but I would phrase it differently, especially for beginners. So beginners don't understand. It's almost always a stronger signal. Insider buying is almost always a stronger signal than selling. So they don't understand. they don't understand the significance of insider buying and selling, I think is the best way to put it. So the solution to that problem is going to be a sentiment score and a heat map to show if multiple executives are buying at once. So the solution will be to give education and show a heat map, I guess, that would mark the sentiment better. All right, now we're gonna name the app. So let's see. I would like to name the app right now, and essentially I want to have something that's catchy, and I want something that someone, even a beginner investor, could look at the name and understand within, a couple seconds what the app is for and what it does. And I also wanted to include something to do with like insider buying or insider sales, or just something about, the name of the app should have insider, that is saying what the app is going to do. So give me a list of 20 different names, suggestions. Insider Watchdog, Insider Pulse, Insider Signal, Insider Tracker, Insider Radar, Insider Edge. Follow the insiders, Insider Moves, Insider Alpha. That's the catchiest. Insider Leap, Insider Verified, Insider Clarity, Insider Truth, Insider Beacon, Insider Compass, Insitrack, Insider no, Insider Vision, Insider Gold. Top pick from AI is Insider Signal. Yeah, that one's pretty good, but I like Insider Alpha. Just sounds catchier. Insider Edge, yeah. Insider Edge is explains the app better than Insider Alpha. Even though I like how Insider Alpha sounds, Insider Edge, I'm gonna go with that one. I decided to go with Insider Edge for the name. Give me a list of 10 possible subtitle ideas. Hey, yeah, let me know if you guys can see that, the whiteboard behind me. I think it's just like my screen. The light kind of like changes to where I can't see it that well on the screen. Like that's weird when I move. Must be like adjusting the brightness on the screen. This light maybe is too close to it. that's strange. But anyway, okay. Here's the subtitles. Easiest way to track the smart money. SEC data simplified. Your simple guide to CEO buying and selling. That's like the most straightforward. Follow the leaders, trade the signal. Spot big moves before they happen. Invest like an insider without the legal jargon. See who's buying in and who's getting out. Know what the board knows. Real-time alerts from the market's biggest insider trades. Yeah, it's either that one or SEC data. No. Your simple guide to CEO buying and selling. Yeah, I think that one is it. I decided to go with number 3, your simple guide to CEO buying and selling. All right, so next step is going to be the style MD folder, and that's something that I recently started doing. I realized it helped a lot with keeping Claude Code on track and on point and not going off in different directions and sticking to my vision. So I believe like I can just use the same inside or the same style MD folder. So essentially I'm gonna ask to make sure okay, so basically I'm building the insider edge. This is the prompt that Gemini's trying to get me to give Claude Code to start. To create a index.html file and a style.css file and set the title to what it is. But essentially, if I give it this style MD folder, that would be way better than giving it this prompt, in my opinion. All right. Before I give Claude any prompts, I'm wondering about the style MD folder. So I have a style MD folder that I used for the last project. And from what I understand, I could just use the same one for this one because it basically has the same guidelines for the style. I'm going to copy and paste it here and let me know what you think. Yeah, I remember last time they didn't call it like it's called Style MD usually, but they're telling me to call it Claude MD. Um, but essentially it's saying like, project context. I'm doing 30 standalone finance tools for beginners. Follow these guidelines, the tech stack, the design and the theme, like the background, the cards, the typography, the tone, the language, you know, use probability, not certainty, use transparency for the AI generated summaries, components and UI, and then the aha moment. Every app must have one clear visual, meter, light, or gauge, providing an answer within 3 seconds. Okay. So basically, right now Gemini should be creating that file. And the main thing I'm just like not clear on with this is like, are they going to make that file specific to this project? But I don't think they do that. I think with this file is just like if you're working on, you know, projects that you want to have the same style, you would do something like this. Or really, I guess even like just one project, you could create this and that would help you a lot to stay on track. So yeah, definitely use this, how to feed this to Claude. Um, Paste exactly what I just showed to Gemini into the file and save it. In your VS Code folder, create a new file, stylemd, and then I can say I have a file called stylemd that contains the design and tech stack guidelines for this project. Please read that file and follow it strictly for everything we build. Okay, so I would just basically, okay, yeah, I can just put this this file in the, that's what I don't understand. Is it because last time I just gave it to Claude, and this would make more sense if I leave it in the folder, but is it like the project folder? That's what I gotta find out. Are you saying to put this file in the project folder for this particular project, or to put it in the folder that has all the apps in it? Yeah, put it in the project folder for the Insider Edge for this project. And just got to make that folder real quick. So yeah, the professional folder setup for developers is going to be C drive, dev folder, and an apps folder inside of that. Um, okay, and then I create the new folder for Insider Edge. Can you use that information to create something that I can just copy and paste and put it in that folder? How do I have to structure it to put it in that folder? Like, is it just like a Word document, or I don't understand? And if they can't create the actual, if it's like a PDF they can create, that's cool. But if not, then like I think it would be much easier to just copy and paste the file and just give it to Claude. They're saying it can be confusing because files on a computer usually mean Word docs or PDF, but encoding a file is just a plain text container with a specific extension at the end, like MD. I don't need a Word document. I'm going to create a markdown file directly inside VS Code. Here's exactly how to do it. Okay, so yeah, they're telling me to like manually put this in, but I can just give it to Claude Code, so I would rather do that. Okay, so instead of me manually putting inside the file, I think it'd be easier to just copy and paste it with instructions to give to Claude Code. I have not give Claude Code any prompts yet for this project. All I've done is create the folder. So is the first step before I have it create the file structure to give it this style MD instructions and tell it to incorporate it? Well, now that I'm doing that, I'm looking and actually like before I give it this prompt, I'm going to need to plan it out. So I'm going to copy and paste the prompt and then start the planning process. All right, Gemini is getting stuck. So I already have the prompt for that, like what I did use last time, and I'll just do it the same way instead of creating the folder. Um, all right, so I guess before I do that, I forgot to do the planning process, and then I want to break the plan down into steps. So essentially, the plan for this project, I would like to have a ticker search bar at the top, and then some kind of I'm not really sure what the order would be after that, but I want to make sure that I'm addressing the main pain points. And the first thing would be to have a sentiment score that weighs buys much heavier than sells, and have some kind of a heat map to show if multiple executives are buying at once, called a cluster buy. So I also want to have um, not just showing that like someone bought shares, but also if they've used personal cash and a bonus award. And then I want to have a skin in the game meter show a purchase as a percentage of that specific insider's existing holdings. So if a CEO increases their position by 50%, that's a massive signal. Um, Create an insider accuracy rating. Show a simple 1 to 5 star rating based on how the stock performed the last 3 times that specific person bought. I'm thinking how the stock performed over the next like 1 to 2 months. And I want to have, if possible, a chart that shows like for the day or the week the top 10 buys, like for amount, like top to bottom, like what stock was bought, had the most money poured in by insiders, and then also a chart that shows what stocks had the most sells by, or the most selling amount by insiders. So I'm not really sure how all this is going to be organized yet, but I would like to hear what your suggestion is. Saying this is like a product roadmap, the planning is the most important part. Showing how you go from idea to go to product, and Gemini recommends top down flow. Want the most important aha moments at the top so the user gets the answer in 3 seconds. The header will be like the ticker search bar, and the confidence meter, like a speedometer gauge. Combines the sentiment score, cluster buys, and personal cash data into one needle move. And skin in the game dashboard will be the middle row. The left card will be the cluster alert, a traffic light indicator. If 3 or more insiders bought this month, it glows green with a cluster detected badge. The middle card will be accuracy star rating, a 1.5 star display for the specific insider who just traded. Below the star is a small caption based on history. The CEO's buys lead to whatever percentage average growth over the next 60 days. So then the right card will be a ownership leap, a percentage bar showing the buy size. Like the CEO increased their personal stake by 45%, and that's much more valuable than like the amount of money. I think, because then you'd also have to like break that down into market cap, and that's going to be more difficult for beginners to understand. So I like that idea. The bottom row is going to be the money flows chart, the top 10 daily buys and top 10 daily sells. The insider feed, a scrollable list of recent Form 4s for that ticker. So instead of a code P, it should say use personal cash. So like translate what the different codes are in a bright green circle. Instead of code A, it should say it's bonus grant money. And then I'll want to have some kind of education station at the bottom to explain all this stuff for beginners. So breaking it down into steps. Step 1 should be the UI shell and theme. And tell Claude to set up the Next.js layout using the StyleMD colors in the search bar. Step 2 is the logic engine. Build the Python script to fetch the latest Form 4s and filter the code P. Versus others, then we got the AHA visuals, code the confidence meter, and the cluster buy detector. Then step 4, the star rating system. Create the function that looks at historical prices 1 to 2 months post buy. Step 5, daily top 10 charts. All right, we aren't just making a list, we're making a heat map for the smart money. We're filtering out the bonus shares and only looking for when the big bosses reach into their own wallets. That's the real signal. We're starting with the UI shell. Let's go. I'm going to copy and paste the plan broken into steps. I'm gonna have it give me a more detailed steps. Can you give me a more detailed outline of the steps so that I have a better understanding when I'm doing each step what exactly is being covered? Each step needs to focus on translating raw SEC data into aha moments. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is way more detailed. That's what I want. Much easier to keep the AI on track. How much am I spending on AI monthly just for this business? The main thing is the Claude Code Max plan, so that's 200. And I was paying 20 for Cursor up until today. I just canceled that. So 200, and then I've got a GPT subscription that's 20 that I use partly for this business. Like I use that for a lot of stuff. I just kind of like test ideas with different LLMs. So really I think it's just the like I guess 220. And my plan is essentially after I feel like I fully understand Claude Code, then I'm gonna start learning not sure if it's gonna be Gemini or Codex next. Essentially, I mean the models are dropping so quick. Right now people are saying Codex is probably the next best one to learn. But I still got like maybe another week or two before I finish these apps, and I think by then I'm gonna kind of like reassess the next phase. But yeah, I think what it looks like too is like I don't need the full 200 max plan. Like maybe definitely the $20 a month plan. I was hitting my limit for the 5 hour thing for these streams, so I would need at least the 100. But yeah, I mean if I could make it work for the $100 for Claude and then another like 100 for the GPT one Codex, that would be cool. I would like to keep it for like 200 right now, But yeah, I mean, it's totally worth it to me. Like, the way I see it is like, you know, how much would a developer cost to hire each one of these apps? I'm guessing, especially even that last one I made, like before Claude Code existed, that would have been at least like $1,000. So yeah, like I feel like my limit would be like 1,000 a month, to where like I would be getting massive value still. Like if I was paying anything, like they could charge, you know, $1,000 for what I'm doing with Code right now, and I would not feel like it was like too much. I would be like, this is totally worth it. I'm getting way more value than I'm paying. Of course, I'm doing this like challenge, so I'm using it probably more than most people. But yeah, I think these are like $200 is like nothing for the value I'm getting. Like this is insanely cheap. All right, so next step is to give it the MD. Oh yeah, I just gotta copy and paste that to do that. Got 5 steps for this app. The goal is to build an app for beginners that understands insider trading, mainly in regards to like helping beginners know when to buy. So there we go. All right, now the planning is done. Is the first step to open up the project in Claude Code and give it the prompt with that style MD information and tell it to create the style MD folder. So it looks like now I'm switching over to yeah, as you can see, if you were watching before, I had cursor, and I just switched to VS Code. I already got Claude running. So I'm hearing from Gemini, there's a pro level shortcut in Claude Code specifically for this. Instead of just creating a folder, should use the Claude MD standard. In the 2026 version, any file name Claude MD, all caps, acts as the system brain for that project. Claude reads it automatically. Second, you start a chat. I'm gonna check my folders because I feel like there was a Claude MD that was in there. No, that's just a folder that says settings. Yeah, Claude, that's strange. Should be the same one though, because yesterday was the or the last app I made was the PE pilot. So let me see if I can find that in here. So readme MD. No, I don't see it. And I was already saying that I don't want to like make it myself and then like manually put it in. So I'm going to tell. Actually, I'm going to copy and paste the app I had last, or the prompt I had last time, and tell it what it thinks. So this one's not earnings insight. This one's insider edge. I have a prompt that I used for the last app that I had to create the this folder. I'm gonna paste that here. Let me know if that's good or if I should add or take away anything. Alright, so I gotta get the, make sure I have the folder. See if I can just drag the folder here like I did with cursor. Awesome. Except now it like took away Claude Code. Yeah, I trust the authors. It's me and there's nothing in it. So I don't want to watch video tutorials. Don't want to tune anything right now. I just want to get started. There we go. There we go. Oh, wait. That's not actually Claude Code. That's not the terminal. Just learning this new, okay, how to get the terminal open. Man, I had it working. Okay, I just gotta ask Gemini. They're saying that with my Claude MD prompt that they're just making a quick change. Awesome. All right, before I do that, I had Claude Code up and running, and then I dragged the folder for Insider Edge into VS Code, and it took away the terminal. And basically, I guess I'm wondering, how do I get the terminal back up in VS Code? I'm new to this, so I'm gonna have to like figure out this new system. Yeah, learning from the beginners like me. I'm learning pretty quick, but now it's just like VS Code is just a new thing to me. Okay. Um, Press Control plus dash. So it's different from the command I had to put in for cursor. Control dash did not work. Right next to the number 1 on the keyboard. What? No, that's not it. At the very top of VS Code, click on Terminal, New Terminal. I don't see Terminal up there. Oh, it's hidden. That's weird. Alright, well now I know. Anyways, getting started with this first prompt. Finally. I mean, like I really like setting up businesses and like coming up with these ideas and you know, planning it out and everything, but at the same time, I'm starting to get more and more addicted to coding. And I'm like I'm like I just want to be done with this so I can start coding. And yeah, usually I was doing those live streams at night. Let me make sure it's showing up on the. Oh, I just gotta resize my window. Let's see. Here we go. So usually I was doing those live streams at night, and like I started thinking like I would be doing like, you know, the first apps I was doing were so simple, and I was like, oh, it'll just be like 3 hours. And next thing I know, I'm getting better and better and like wanting to build like more difficult apps. Okay, created the Claude MD. Um, awesome. So basically, I was like trying to build better and better apps to the point where like the last stream took like 7 hours, and I didn't even get done till like I think like maybe 4 o'clock in the morning or something like that. And I'm sitting here like, dude, like I'm no, like Claude Code was like it's so awesome. It started affecting my sleep to where like I was like I'm trying to stay with like wake up when the sun rises and like um sleep at night because that's just like better for my health and thinking and stuff like that. Even though sometimes I just get better ideas at night. But anyways, yeah, I was like, dude, I need to change. I need to reset my sleeping schedule. So yeah, I just was like, did whatever I could. I'm still a little tired from like trying to catch up, but yeah, I'm finally like this morning woke up like super early, and I'm gonna try to shift this over during the daytime now because man, like it's so easy to just get carried away with this, and next thing I know, I'm like up all night doing this. But I mean, if it takes me 7 hours to make a really awesome app, then I think it's totally worth it, and I'm gonna keep on doing that. Um, so Claude Code is recommending now initialize the Next.js project. What I want to do is the folder structure, I guess. Okay, now Claude Code is recommending that I initialize the Next.js project with TypeScript and Tailwind. Essentially, I was thinking next to have it create the file structure. What do you think is the next best step? And again, I'm talking to Gemini. I like talking to Gemini better. Unfortunately, can't have the music, but I'll figure something out hopefully with that. Talking to Claude, like Claude is better typing, I feel like, but talking to Claude was like super annoying for how slow it was, and like it just wouldn't. Like Gemini, I can talk to it quick, and it just quick prints out everything. It doesn't try to like talk back to me in a voice. I couldn't find a way with Claude to have it just like not talk to me. And also, if I want to like talk and then paste something, that was really annoying with Claude LLM. And GPT, I tried it like once or twice with the talking, and that one seemed like even more of a like extra time waste and extra steps than Claude. Okay, so the exact right move, I want to let Claude handle the heavy lifting of the scaffolding, the initial folders and setup. Gave me a prompt for the foundation. Please initialize the Next.js project. So basically, yeah, that's what that meant. Um, initialize the project basically means set up the directory structure of the files. Or no, once the project is initialized. So that's getting a start. That's all initializing, yep, with the type of like project what they're going to use. Okay, for Next.js and TypeScript. So I'm basically giving an extra step here, which I don't think is that big of a deal. Usually I want to just give it one step at a time, but Claude Code earn extra $10, but I think they might still have $50 extra free, even if you got a $20 plan. Man, this cold weather, man, it's so dry air. It is super cold and windy, and the air is so dry and it's cloudy. Then I'm looking at like anywhere to go snowboarding because like last week it said like this week was gonna be finally like more snow coming through, and then the temperature rose up again, and I'm looking at Tahoe and it's like 45 degrees and rainy. And same thing in Park City, and same thing in like Vale area. And they're barely they're barely even getting any like snow or rain out there, so it's just dry out there. And at least the sun's out though. But yeah, um that's cool. This winter worked out perfect for for not having much to do outside, and I just happened to discover Claude Code, and it just happened to be good timing for being stuck. So but yeah, and the things that I'm learning are so valuable. Like I'll go without having fun this winter. Well, this is fun, just different type. Uh, yeah, I so far I kind of like this VS Code. The way it has the files, like on the side right here, and this terminal window. Just I don't know. It just seems like easier for me to read than Cursor. And I swear Cursor, like, it was really difficult to see the file structure and the terminal like that. But also Cursor was showing me the code. And when I click a file, uh, oh, that's weird. It's like behind it. Yeah, maybe some things I liked about Cursor better. Like definitely like seeing the code and getting into the files. It was easier, I felt like. But I'll figure it out as I go, I guess. Okay, ready for the next step? Let's see. Yeah, now we're going. We're flowing and moving. Code is crunching. It crunched for 2 minutes about. Uh, so yeah, this Claude I notice is more and more getting better at like seeing the next step, but it's not giving much detail. And I like how I go to Gemini in between, and then I get more detail, and I can make sure that like I'm looking over what they're recommending, and like a lot of times I want to change stuff, and I think that if I were just using Claude Code to have these conversations, it would be a lot more confusing. Okay, so we're letting Claude lay the foundation. Went with TypeScript for the extra layer of security, mainly because I'm dealing with SEC data. I don't want undefined errors popping up. Also locking in Tailwind so the app looks good for dark mode trading terminal right out of the box. It's asking what is Claude. Okay, so it looks like I can see all the list of folders in the Explorer next to Claude Code window, and Claude Code is recommending now install Lucid, React, and Recharts. Um, I'm not really sure if that's the next best step. I've got the list of steps that you recommended, and I'm just looking at that right now. So basically step one is the UI shell and brand identity. Is that the same thing that Claude is recommending? This time they're calling it Clot. I'm like, no, it's not clogged, it's not Clot, it's not. I keep man, like they never hear me saying Claude, but they always know Cloud. Yes, Claude is actually doing exactly that for step one. They just kind of like phrase it differently. they're giving me a prompt saying like, yes, install. Gemini is saying to give me a prompt saying install the Lucid React and recharts. Once that's done, proceed with step 1. But I did not give it step 1 yet, so I don't want it to go off on its own. And what I want to do is copy and paste step 1 back into Gemini and say, don't just tell it to do step 1, include in the prompt essentially like what to do for step 1, and then I'll double check it and make sure it's right, because both the LLM and Claude Code will try to like get ahead of me and do extra steps, and I don't want it to do that. I don't want it to like make this its own vision. I want this to remain my vision, because I run AI and AI does not run I. So oh, hey, what's up? Just joined in. What am I building? Today I'm going to build, just started the Insider Insight. Is that what it's called? The Insider Edge. And essentially it's about insider trading. So it's going to connect, this app is going to connect with the SEC. And if a CEO or people higher up in the company are buying or selling in their own company, they have to report it to the SEC. And I'm like basically like linking into the SEC to see, people can search a stock ticker and it's going to tell them, you know, if the people in the corporate were buying or selling it recently and how much. And also it's going to have like a list of like the top bought and sold stocks from insiders. It's going to explain everything, like why that matters, especially to beginners. And organize it in a way that it makes the most sense for helping beginners know when to buy. So essentially, yeah, it's letting you know what the CEO is doing and people higher up in the company, because usually if they're buying big, it's like they know something, right? Like who knows the company better than the CEO? And when the CEOs usually, so usually when the CEO buys, it means that the price is about to go up. But sometimes CEOs are just like, are beginner investors essentially, and they don't buy like based on when they should, and they have a track record of buying, and then the price goes down. And I will show that in this app too, so people will be able to tell, okay, when this CEO buys, does the price usually go up or down afterwards? So this is going to have a lot of data, and it's going to hopefully help a lot of people and provide a lot of value. So getting ready for the first step now that the like the structure is created. Yep. All right. I like that prompt, but it's basically saying like do that first part and then saying to go with step 1, but I have not given it the information for step 1 yet. I'm going to copy and paste step 1 here, and I want you to create a prompt that detail explains what step 1 is, in addition to you know, installing the Lucid React and recharts, so that way I can like read the prompt and make sure that it's right and it matches my vision before I give it to Claude. So go ahead and create that prompt. So it will be like an automated agent that sends you a notification based on the stocks you're interested in and sends some info that activity has happened. Well, part of that's right. I don't have it set up. I haven't planned on setting it up to send a notification, but that sounds like a good feature to put in. Mainly what I want to do is have it so it's like you put in whatever stock you're looking for. So like usually like Apple is like kind of the main example I've been using, because that's like the biggest stock with the most money in it. So essentially like beginners are going to be like looking to buy when they're looking to buy. And this will also be with the charts, like a good database so people can go and check in. I haven't done anything like that in an app yet where there's like a notification thing with it, but I think that's something good, like a good suggestion. So I think after I complete the app, I think I'm going to as long as this one doesn't take like 7 hours like the last one and I get too hungry. I will definitely look into adding that feature and see like what that would take. But I think for the most part, the way most people like me myself being a more experienced investor, the most value I would get off of this would be to come and check the charts that are going to show the list of the most bought and the most sold that like week by inside investors. So that's something that like I would want to go to check. But yeah, that's a good suggestion. Thank you. Respect. So here's the prompt. First, please install the following libraries, the Lucid React and the Recharts, and once those are installed, proceed with step 1, UI shell and brand identity, the theme, dark mode, header, create a clean header, insider edge, subtitle, your simple guide to CEO buying and selling, ticker search, large center search bar right under the header, skeleton layout, the placeholders, large top card for confidence meter. That'll be like the main gauge, the 2 column section below. Respect, yeah. Yeah, I like this idea. I think this data is not so easy to find usually, and then even then it's like really hard for beginners to kind of like read between the lines, like so I'm gonna like translate all this stuff and make it so like, just because like, it might look good that this like CEO bought like $1 million worth of their stock that day, but there's a lot of like background information that a beginner and even like experienced investors would have to do a lot of like searching and digging to like find and get a better read on it. So this app is gonna automatically do all that. And even for like experienced investors, this would save them a lot of time, I feel like, too. All right, so the last thing is for the charts. So this looks good. Everything I want is in this prompt. And good to go. Claude Code. 16 lines. All right. And then we're sending the big one. We're telling Claude to go grab our UI tools, Lucid for the icons and Rechart for the visuals, the data visual, and then immediately build the frame of the house. We're locking in the confidence meter and the daily top 10 right from the start. Let's use the skeleton of Insider Edge. See the skeleton of Insider Edge come to life. First thing is about installing that. Yup. So why this is the right move, the libraries. Lucid gives me the icons. Recharts gives me the charts. Okay, that's good to know because I don't think this app really needs any charts. Unless it's like it doesn't need to post a chart because I don't think there's even like saying a section for that. But maybe it needs its own charts just to reference to like to provide the right information. That would make more. I'm gonna clarify that with Gemini. You're saying that recharts is gonna give me the charts. I don't see any reason to include any charts in this app. I don't see that they will, help with this information. But yeah, let me know what you think about having a chart on this app. And if I don't have a chart, like why would I need recharts? Okay, yeah, the reason, good, cool, we're both on the same page, me and Gemini. So, yeah, Gemini's saying, like, yeah, I didn't tell it anything about charts, but the reason it suggested using recharts wasn't for the price charts, but for the visual gauges and rankings. If I want a strictly no chart app that focuses on clear text and lists, you can absolutely skip it. Um, you built an app to quickly summarize new SEC reports, but stop. So that was my last app actually, and you're talking about API rate limits. I'm curious, was that API for the SEC's API, or were you using like the free APIs like FinHub and Alpha Vantage and FMP? Because I ended up what was the name of the one I did last time? Let me see here. Yeah, PE Pilot I called it. And there's a link in the description. I just made it last stream, and essentially I've got a bunch of different APIs. Like usually I was only using one for the apps before. So I've got an API for I believe FinHub for the like the stock price information, and then there's the SEC API that obviously brought in the because this one was all about for price to earnings ratio and understanding that. So that was for that, and then I also had an API for a LLM that translated the the earnings calls. So yeah, I got it to work even with like all the different APIs. But I know, so if you're used to using finance APIs, I've tried like all the main ones now, maybe like from what I know, the main ones, maybe like four or five different. And they all are kind of tricky because they all have different like, free tier rate limits and stuff. And Claude or Gemini will usually try to like if those run into a limit problem, instead of them being helpful and telling me like, well, this one has this rate limit thing, you should try this other one, they'll usually kind of default and try to tell me to go with Yahoo Finance. And Yahoo Finance, I found out, is really bad because if they update anything on the site, then it can just like crash my app. Um, you needed speed, but reports came out after hours, so it wasn't useful. Pros already used Bloomberg, did use the SEC API free one. Okay, I hear you. Well, yeah, if you want, check out the PE pilot. Let me know what you think. Um, anything that you like, don't like, anything you'd want to add about it. Um, and feel free to get any ideas from that for like any apps you're building too. So yeah, it's good to have other people collaborating, especially people that are working on the same kind of apps. um let's see. So if I want to go chart free, can simplify. Okay, I already gave Claude that first app, but also I never mentioned anything about building a chart for this app, and you never, I don't think, mentioned anything either. So unless I see something in the step plan that I have, I'll tell you basically like to not add that part. But from what I understand, I don't think we've incorporated or plan on incorporating any charts. So I don't think there's any problem, just having that recharts in there so it can use that to get information without actually showing a chart. Cause yeah, I just don't see how a chart's gonna like be helpful for this specific app. Okay. Uh I like how Claude Code is starting to give these like like more detailed, kind of like, how the app is going to look. So like the title, the ticker, confidence meter, top 10 daily buys, top 10 daily sells, and then data source from SEC filings and that at the bottom. And then I'll definitely add another stuff. But this is like the main skeleton of the app. And so far, I don't see anything I don't want to change. Yeah, I can tell from even the time I started using Claude Code a couple weeks ago to now, it's getting way better of explaining itself and making it easy to understand what it's doing. So yeah, I'm really glad that I'm not using cursor anymore, because this is getting to where like I understand it almost 100% every time. Okay, so now basically Gemini is telling me that if I'm not doing any charts, I shouldn't use rechart. But it gave me a prompt. It's like the prompt I just gave it. So I already told it I gave it the prompt. Okay. Yeah, so I already gave it that prompt and it already did the like the skeleton part of the app. So do you think I should give it a prompt that is just telling it to remove the recharts? I'm gonna sit down. Clean up prompt to get rid of recharts. Okay. Yeah, and that's kind of strange too, because even in the like the basically like layout, it showed me there is no part for a chart. So yeah. But I just feel like from experience doing this, it's better to catch this stuff right away if it's doing something I don't want to add. All right, we're doing a little bit of housekeeping. We realized recharts was overkill for what we want, which is a lightning fast, simple tool. And I'm telling Claude to take it out and stick to pure Tailwind. Keeps the bundle size small and the code cleaner. Minimalist vibes for the insider edge. Sounds good to me. Right. What is my background? Um, well, as far as this coding goes, I started this challenge after about a month of just doing research. Like I'd already, so I guess the best way to start with the coding, AI. As far as like I've been an entrepreneur for a long time, and maybe like 2 years ago when I really started getting into I saw everything it could do for my business, and I was just like going all in, like whatever I could do to like do mainly marketing stuff. um I was doing all that kind of stuff, and then that led to me finding out about Claude Code and AI coding and vibe coding. And I thought that was like much better. I saw before that people were using like N8N and like I just from doing the research, finding the difference between like setting up agents or using like the OpenClaw versus manually building something that's custom. I was like, this is so cool that I could manually build like a custom CRM, like a custom like employee for basically any part of my business for the most part. So I was like, man, I really think this skill, like I feel like I'm good at recognizing trends, and I was like, I really want to learn this. So I spent about a month just learning the basics of code, scanning through some like different code language books, mostly Python. Um and then I just like built my first app and I really loved doing it, and I decided to do this challenge. I really liked the idea of doing it, and everything's been flowing since I started it. So other than that, I've been an entrepreneur for like 15 years. Started a lot of different businesses. Most of them haven't worked out. The biggest one I had was like a publishing company. I started just like writing books, and then I started paying people, and yeah, turned that into a huge publishing company. Well, it was at the time, and now I'm just like really not into books at all. Like I'm pretty much over that. So yeah, this is like the next step, building businesses with AI and Claude Code. Um, so yeah, business background, and now adding code to the whole thing. And yeah, really like this new direction I'm in. Okay. Does the layout look cleaner? So it's not it hasn't given me the local site yet. All right, I don't see the layout for the app yet because I haven't got the local URL yet. So right now, Claude is recommending that now I build out the confidence meter component, and I think that was still part of the what do you call it? Was that part of step one? I'm going to recopy and paste step one because I don't think that the confidence meter was a part of that. Let me know what you think. Yeah, I'm like Claude Code had me staying up all night, and I had to like try to reset my schedule. So I was doing doing these at night, and now I'm trying to switch it more to the daytime. It's so like time just flies when I'm making these apps. It's like that last one was like 7 hours, and like I don't even think I took a break. I was like my eyes were kind of like stressed out from like just staring at the screen that long. The next thing I knew, it was like 5 o'clock in the morning, and I was like still had to eat and everything, and I was like, dude, I gotta change this. So I'm like up during the daytime again. So yeah, a little bit tired, but I mean, this is so awesome. Like just trying to get to it every day. So yeah, this was not Claude Code is trying to jump ahead. Um, but I should be able to see see what it already has created. So I'm gonna do that now. All right. Localhost 3000 this time. Cool. Let's see. So this is basically like what it'll look like the ticker search right here. This will be like an overall score based on like all the information that it puts together. Top 10 daily buys, top 10 daily sells. Yeah, at first I was thinking doing it weekly, but I like the daily aspect mainly because like, you know, weekly's cool, but daily is going to give people a reason to come back every day and check it out. And also like, you know, when it comes to buying stocks, like um the daily will make more sense for like timing a buy better, I think, than a weekly. So yeah, I like what it looks like so far. I'll probably have it change this check mark logo. That just looks like, I don't know why that reminds me of like what do you call it, McAfee or something like that, like some like online security thing. So that looks weird to me. I'll have it replace that. Um, okay. All right, just looking at the local site and everything looks so far so good. So I'm going to copy and paste step 2 here and go ahead and create a prompt, and I'll let you know what I think of that prompt. Also, another big change I made from the last app was a suggestion, because this what pros do is that they will not start with the APIs right away. They will do like mock data first, like fake data, and then just add the API at the end. And I found that to be real helpful. I was running into most issues around APIs. So just making sure like the app was all built right first and then doing the API like helped me a lot. All right, we're going to teach Claude to distinguish between conviction, someone buying with their own money, and compensation, someone getting a bonus. So yeah, I understand what that means. Like it's more valuable if CEO or if someone insider is buying with their own money. That usually indicates that they have a better idea that the price is about to go up, because like they could just get a bonus and then, you know, it's going to make more sense for them for taxes to put it in the company, so that might not have anything to do with their intuition on the price. All right, just looking at that prompt and everything looks good so far. I just wanted to mention that I like the flow of using mock data at first and then adding the APIs at the end. So just so you have that in mind, that that's how I want to do this. Let me know if you need to rewrite that first prompt. So yeah, basically the prompt has changed now, so it's using mock data. So yeah, good thing I mentioned that now. Um, so we're gonna create a service, create a file for the brain, mock data array, create a list of fake insider trades for various tickers. Each entry should include insider name and title, transaction code, share quantity, and price, total holdings before and after the trade. the translation logic. Build a function that, so like these are the different codes that'll be on the SEC charts. Like code P is if a CEO used their own personal cash, code A is a company award, and code S is if it's selling. Okay. Then calculate the percentage of increase decrease. Oh, okay. So the percentage of like the CEO's total shares. So that's much better than like saying like, because they'll know like how much they bought, but like, if they bought $1 million worth of a stock, the main thing is like how much of that based on their total shares before is that. If that's like, if that doubled their total shares, then that's a big deal. But if that's only like, 1% of their total shares, then it's not that big of a deal. They might just be doing that automatically each month or something. Okay. Next step. All right. All right, we're building a simulated SEC. We're coding the brain of the app using mock data first. Build the logic, the math, and the filters first. Once the app works perfectly with the fake data, then I'll just plug in the SEC, and I'm guessing I'd also need a LLM, but we'll see. So why is this better than starting with the API? No waiting. Don't have to wait for the SEC slow servers. Predictable test can create an extreme case like a CEO buying 200% more shares to make sure confidence meter reacts correctly, and instant feedback. All right. So gonna check out the local and see what the updates look like. Oh, it says it's already running, no need to restart. That would make sense. Yeah, it didn't do any change as far as what it looks like. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead with the mock engine prompt. Yes, let's go ahead with the mock engine prompt. Go ahead and create the prompt. Let's build step 2, the data engine, which is the SEC logic. Using mock data, create the engine, create the file for the engine, define the data structure, create a TypeScript interface for insider trade that includes ticker, insider name, role, transaction code, shares traded, share price, total holdings before and date. Mock database, create a constant array of at least 5 trades. Include code P, code A, code S. Transformation logic, write a function, get process trades, ticker string that filters the mock data by the search ticker. Maps P to use personal cash, A to company award as to selling. Math calculates percentage change based on total holdings before. Scoring assigns a conviction score of 0 to 100. So like a code P buy of more than 10% of what they already have would be a 90 plus score. All right. Feel like there should be more to that for the scoring, but I'm just gonna go with it for now, and then when I get the real data in there, I'll be able to tell better if I should change the scoring function. And then update to call this function when a user searches for a ticker. And in the charts. Okay. Back to Claude. And I think after it does this step and it's working, I'm going to send it to GitHub. So I'm going to create the GitHub right now. New repository. And this one is the Insider Edge. Go. Insider trading tool for beginner investors. Then create the repository. All right, got the URL. Things looking good with that. Okay. All right, I know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, got in some new trades today. Crypto trades. Yeah, I would recommend too, like check out Blowfin app if you are an experienced investor and you're looking to trade. Blowfin app is the only one I know for United States. that is no KYC. And yeah, I bought today. I traded Bitcoin, Sui, XRP, Ethereum, and Solana. Bitcoin trade is really small, but that's a 97x. And it's up like 200%. The rest are all 10x, and they're like 12, 14, 12, and 16%. And looks like I should take some profits right now. But I kind of have a feeling that this one might be towards the bottom. So let's see. I should be able to refresh the browser. It shows some data, I'm thinking. Oh, I probably have to search. Yeah, that's all I had to do. That's why. All right. So this is all mock data, fake data. And I already see something. I think they got confused. So I think what they're doing is they're showing top insider buys, top insider sells. And I think they're showing this for this company. But I was thinking more in mind of like across all companies, but I'm not sure how that's going to work with the API. So that's a good question. So we just built the matrix for the app, creating fake trades that look exactly like real SEC filings. This lets us test our skin in the game math instantly. I told Claude to create a scenario where a CEO buys 50% more of their own stock. I wanted to see if our UI can handle the high conviction signal. This is how you build robust apps without waiting for API keys. Okay. All right, I'm looking at the mock data in the local app, and everything looks good so far. There is no confidence meter yet. It just says confidence score will render here. The one thing I'm kind of wondering is it shows like the top insider buys and the top insider sells, and it looks like what it's doing is it's showing the top insider buys and sells for Apple, the company I just looked up in the ticker. My original vision was to show like the top insider buys and sells kind of like across all stocks for that day. I'm not sure if that's possible. Do you think it's possible to change the top insider buys and sells so it's showing like, it would show like number one would be like for buys, like whatever stock had the most money and buys put into it that day, and it would show like the name of the stock and then like how much was bought and like who bought it. I think that would be a much better feature of the app to get people to show up like on a daily basis to check it out. And yeah, it's absolutely possible. So I want to do that. And they're saying that's exactly what makes a financial app feel premium. That's what I'm saying. All right. So I just got to change the logic of those two columns. So then I would also probably need to add, so I need to change the logic for those two columns. And I would also want to add, so like it's showing the information for Apple above the, okay. Yeah, I know what I want to do. All right, before I give it that new prompt for the top insider buys and sells, I'm thinking that I should rearrange like the order that these cards are in. So I think now it would make more sense to have it so like it's still at the top. You search the ticker, and then the next thing will be like the confidence score for that specific ticker that you searched, and then there should be like a box for the information based on buying and selling for the stock that you would have put in the ticker, and then underneath that should probably be the top insider buys and sells. What do you think? Keeping it with my vision and not the AI. I run AI. AI does not run I. Um, yeah, that's a much more logical flow. That's what I'm saying. Moving from specific to general. Yep. So new prompt. Reorganize the dashboard layout and update the leaderboard logic. Usually I wouldn't have it do two things at once, but I feel like these are very simple steps. All right, back to the code. All right, so yeah, this got me thinking about like paradigms, right? So like results in life are controlled by your paradigms. These are like habits and beliefs and like mental programming. And yeah, that's what got me thinking about it. Like, you can like program your mind the way you would like program an app or a website or anything. Like, it's basically the same thing, right? Like, um, yeah, like I would meditate a lot and come up with a lot of good ideas through like meditation and studied a lot of like great people through history, like Buddha, people like that have understood meditation very well, and essentially like you can program your mind to like make things happen, just like this challenge. Like, oh, it already updated. I love that when I don't even have to like refresh it. But now, so let's see. I think what's gonna happen is it's gonna show that. Yeah, I like what it did. Awesome. And then if I search something, hopefully it will pop up those other windows and push down this one. Yep. Awesome. This is definitely more of my vision. Yeah, this is cool. Okay. All right, yeah. So far, so good. Like what I see. Oh yeah, browser. So yeah, before I typed in the ticker, it just showed this underneath the ticker, the leaderboards. And when you type in a ticker, then it pops up with the ticker info and the confidence score box. That's awesome. So that looks good. Um, yeah, now will be the confidence scorecard. So back to Gemini and I. All right, cool. Everything looks good. I really like how this looks. This makes way more sense and it comes like way closer to the original vision that I had. And now Claude is recommending that I build out the confidence scorecard now. I know that step 2 is like the data engine. So I'm guessing the confidence scorecard is part of step 3. I'm going to copy and paste step 3 here and go ahead and create a prompt if this is the right step. Otherwise, let me know what you think. Yeah, so like it's all about mindset. And I even like I remember like one of the first comments I got when I started this challenge was somebody asked me like what makes me think that I could like that I could complete this challenge. And I was like the answer is thinking that I can complete it, right? Like I've been in business so long, like I've trained my mind to like believe. Like if I get better and better at understanding when ideas are good, when they're working from the start. And it's mainly due to like a flow for me. Like when I start something, I only really have like the first step and like where I want to be, like the main goal. And essentially like what happens is like over time, the more I'm in the flow with it and the more I'm like putting my attention on something, the next step will just appear at the right time and it'll get me to where I want to be. And I never like try to like, you know, determine how that's going to be, like what step is next and like what's 5 steps down the road. I just try to keep an open mind and like have my focus just be on like the process, the step I'm working on right now and the goal, the ultimate goal to where I want to be. So like it's all about mindset. It's all about like the thing that makes me believe I can do this is that I believe I can do it and also that I have a very strong want to do this. Like I enjoy doing it ever since like I started the process of even doing the research. Like it's just been a flow and it's just gone well. It's like I have run into very little resistance. Every single stream I've managed to finish the actual app no matter what kind of problems I ran into. And I'm feeling it. Like this is like a good idea. It's flowing really well. It's trending. Like this is like such a like major trend as far as like um the future, the future for business and the future for just like the internet. Like this coding and vibe coding to me is just like is major when it comes to especially business, and I don't see anything more important I could be doing right now for my business. Like not only the other business that I've been working on that is kind of like set to the side right now while I'm doing this, but also this is gonna be able to, once I get better at coding, then I can like code parts for the business and then I can apply it to that business. But anyways, I'm gonna go with the get the next prompt going. Let's build step 3, the confidence score logic and visuals. The scoring algorithm create a function called calculate confidence score. It should start at a base of 50. and adjust based on the following. So here's the main thing that I would want to make sure that I agree with is the scoring rating. So the like a cluster buy would count for 30 points. So if 3 unique insiders all bought in the last 30 days, then that's like the most important thing, and that should be the highest score, and it is. Okay, executive power. If the CEO or CFO is the one buying, then it should be 20 points. Skin in the game. If any buy represents a more than 10% increase in their total holdings, then that should be 15 points. And insider selling, for every sell, open market sale, do negative 20 points. Cap the score between 0 and 100. The visual gauge. Instead of a chart library, build a custom circular progress bar or a bold multi-segment level bar. Not really sure what those are, but be able to see it once it does it. The Y text. Below the score, add a small bulleted list of signals found. But it won't do it in the like the terminology that the SEC uses. It'll like translate it for beginners. So like instead of like a code P, it'll say like CEO buying detected. Yeah, so far so good. Time for the next prompt. Go. So what do I think about anti-gravity using prompting? You're building a DPI, an agentic AI and ML project. So anti-gravity, I tried using it. I didn't see much value to it. Uh, I've heard a lot of people tell me that anti-gravity is really not that good. I know that like everybody has their own flow, everybody's mind works differently, and my flow is LLM back and forth with Claude Code. I used to go back, I started using like Gemini and Claude LLM, and what I would do is like I would mostly use Claude LLM, and I would be talking to them, and I'd be like, help me with the planning and the prompts. And then I go back and forth, but then I noticed that Claude LLM was a lot of the problems I was running into. Claude LLM would like have me kind of like running in circles. So when that would start to happen, I would go over to Gemini, and I would talk to Gemini, and Gemini would seem to like help me get out of those problems better than Claude did. And over time, I just found myself to where I like barely go to Claude LLM now. I like Gemini. I like talking to Gemini better. I like the way it flows with my workflow. So the main thing what I'm saying is I think it's whatever works best for you, because everybody has a different flow. And if you like anti-gravity, a lot of people I talk to don't. Um, I've never heard of Llama 3.18. I'm about to look that up right now. Oh, that's meta. Okay. Gemini loses memory after some time. Yeah, Gemini is not only does it lose memory after some time, but in the beginning, it tries to like kind of like order me around, and like it's hard for me to plan stuff with it in the beginning of a chat, because like I'll have a vision, and it'll kind of like try to change my vision with what it thinks is best, and in ways that's good, but I have to like correct it a lot. But what I notice is there's like a sweet spot in the chat. So with a new chat, I'll like spend more time with the planning, and making sure that it totally understands, making sure it's totally clear on what my vision is before I actually move to the build. And there's like, yeah, like a sweet spot in the chat, like kind of like, after I've been like chatting with it for maybe like half hour, where it's just like on point with me and it's just like it flows so good. But then I notice, yeah, as the chat gets longer, it starts to forget some and it starts to like forget stuff from earlier. But that's why I adapted to that by like breaking my plan into steps and copying and pasting it into another document. So that way, like, essentially, I'll just like go back to that document and I'll copy and paste each step back into Gemini when I get to that step. And then I'll say, like, okay, now we're doing step 3. I'm pasting that here. And then I'll be like, tell me what you think about like what we should do for this step. So then I'll always want it to like tell me what it thinks, and then I'll make sure I read that and I'll correct it. Because usually I have to correct like a few things here and there, but just the flow I get with Gemini compared to Claude Code is so much better for me. Um, what do I think about the Stanford prompt to use 5 types of solutions with a question? Um, okay, I've never heard of that before. 5 types of solutions with a question. So, like, I would ask it a question and it would give me 5 types of solutions. Um, I guess like that, if that works best for you. For me, what I like to do is ask it what it thinks. And I try to keep things like as simple as possible. So I try to keep things like one suggestion at a time, one step at a time per prompt. And it'll give me what it thinks. And because like I have the vision, and the main thing that is like me being like an entrepreneur is I have so many good ideas, and I understand from like years and years of building businesses like how important it is to stick to a vision. So I only really like to hear one suggestion at a time. And if I don't like it, then I'll ask it for more suggestions. But I feel like getting 5 suggestions at a time, um, I guess sometimes I'll do that, like depending on like what it is. But what I found works the best for I think what you're saying is if you have a really big idea and you really want to get like 5 different solutions, I think what works better is take the same idea, give it to 5 different LLMs. So basically, the main 3, obviously, like GPT, Gemini, and Claude. So I will ask them like if it's a big like thing that I really want like especially business coach type stuff. So I'll have it prompts to like be my business coach and give me business advice like that, and then I'll ask each different LLM, and I find I get a much better variety of solutions or information when I'm actually running across different LLMs instead of getting a bunch of different solutions from the same LLM. Okay, so yeah, I did not forgot to switch it back to code for this last one. So here is the run through of what it just did. And yeah, it's telling me go back to the browser. And I'll try Apple again. Awesome. Confidence score there. Got the different signals. Got the score. I like how that chart works. I like how the color is applied. Like yellow is kind of like in the middle. It's be green. Um, yeah, I like what I'm seeing so far. The ticker activity. This is like everything I wanted for this. It's looking pretty good. So far, so good. Yeah, I like just something about this where like my ideas are coming to life quicker than like anything I've ever done. I mean, so used to like building businesses and like writing books and stuff, and like going from like idea to having something done used to always take like, I mean, I've wrote a book in a week before when I've really just like grinded like a short book, but like nothing like this. Like this is some, I mean, I could only imagine how many hours, like even just what I've done so far, like not even this completed app, just looking at the code, like just paying like someone who's a good coder to do this costs like, what, a couple $1,000 and probably take them like a couple weeks to a month to even like get this far on it. And just seeing my idea come to life so quick, and not only that, but seeing it come to life better than I could have even imagined. Like the main vision is there, like the main like information that I'm trying to get across is there, but the way it's being organized and displayed is like better than I could have like understood it. So I mean, just this whole thing is just like makes me so happy every time. It gives me so much energy every time I see my ideas come to life. So yeah, it's so awesome to create with AI. But yeah, I see you read a research paper. Um, I'm guessing you mean about like different kind of prompts then, or different like LLMs and how they're different. Because yeah, I started with GPT. GPT was like my go-to for like a year. Then I felt like GPT made a lot of changes. I felt like GPT, because it was like the main one at first. They got like cracked down with like people regulating like um it just like a lot of people kind of like demonize AI, uh, which to me is crazy. Like, yeah, I look at all the mainstream articles and I'm always laughing. Like, they're always like, "When is AI gonna take your job?" Like to get people like click for like fear and stuff. And I'm like, dude, why are they scaring people with AI? Like, they should be like, how can you get a raise by using AI at your job? Like, how can you use AI at your job to secure your job so that you never get fired? Or like, how can you cut your work time at your job in half and double your pay? But it's always like, when will you lose your job? Like when is AI going to like cause your car to crash with its like wrong direction or something? And it's like, and then people get worried, and I saw the most recent thing was people are like, we need to pass a bill so that AIs state that when you're talking to them that you're not talking to a real person. And I'm just like, dude, like what what like how is this an issue? And then even I saw another one, like people were talking about like they should pass a bill so AI cannot like run a business. And I'm just like, do you know how valuable AI is to running businesses? Like, I don't, why would you not want? And people talking about like, yeah, my boss says I'm not allowed to use AI. And it's like, why? And then because it's AI slop. And I'm like, well, that depends. If you're just copying and pasting stuff straight from GPT, then yeah, if you don't know what you're doing. But if you understand how to use AI in a way that is like that you're putting your own voice into it, and you're like editing it and making it better so that it's not slop, then it's like, yeah, because so many people just don't understand it. And I feel like the media, not all the media, but like a lot of stuff makes it look bad, scares people away from like learning it, and then that weird stuff happens. But anyways, getting carried away with that, so just gotta drink some water. So you built a quantitative hybrid trading system as minor project using ML, RL, NLP, etc. Um, can I suggest a minor project idea which you can work on? You're interested in analysis and working with data. I would say check out in the description for YouTube. I've got a list and links of all the the apps I've made so far, I would say check those out, especially the one I just made yesterday, the most recent one for the PE ratios. I really was impressed by the way it was using a mix of the SEC data and the LLM to I guess translate the data for beginners. This can be now said as myth that AI will take your job is so generate yes, is generating jobs, and it's making it so you're basically like doing higher level work. Like it's like the busy work, like the stuff that took up the most of your time that you really didn't like doing is like being replaced by AI, so you can provide way more value. Like me as a business person, it's like trying to be a CEO and like especially like building a new business where like you got to create systems for every part of the business before you can really hire anything out, and it's so time consuming to like have to be wear, like people would say, wear every hat and work as every department in the business. And I mean, of course, like I got to hire people from the start, but like that would be a lot of just like a lot of training, and to train people you got to have a system already, otherwise you're going to probably like lose money in the long run. So yeah, for me being able to just like have AI do all the like difficult time consuming things and just focus on CEO work. Yeah, it's like I mean, and certain jobs maybe that it's going to take are jobs that are not really like, good for a person's like well-being and mentality, because if you're just sitting there like entering data all day in a computer, like that job is not a job that you're gonna want to work. I mean, it'll probably be like, I mean, maybe some people enjoy doing that, but like, yeah, if you're just entering data all day, but then you can be the person that understands AI, and you can be like, okay, now I understand AI and how to apply it to my job, and you can make your job better, or like your skills better with AI, and just do more work at a better rate. So yeah, there's like I can tell, but all this too is like a good sign that we're early. Like we're really early in this. Like I can only imagine like 5 years from now, just getting this start now of learning this stuff now. We're just gonna be so far ahead. Everybody watching, everybody learning, myself and everybody else. Like, man, I just have a really strong feeling like if we stick with this, maybe even a year from now, but like definitely like 3 years from now, oh man, like we're just gonna be like our value to the marketplace, if that's what you want to do, like whether you're looking to get hired for something, or whether like myself looking to create better job or better businesses. I mean, yeah, it's really like the sky's gonna be the limit, and knowing this, like we'll be in such high demand. The few people I know who, or not know, but I've studied, who are really good at this for building businesses and automating businesses. They're just talking about how like every business they go to build something for, like the CEO is coming at them with like crazy, like highest salary they've ever heard in their life. Like they want to hire them, and they want to hire them for like more money than anyone else can hire them for. And they're always turning them down. They're like, yeah, I mean, that's so much money, but I'm in such high demand. I can make so much more, and I can have the freedom of like, my own schedule. Like, why would I go work for someone else? And it's like, yeah, I mean, like whatever path you're on, like this will help you, whether it's being an employee or being a business owner. Like either way. Yes, okay. Um and let me know what you think of that llama too, cuz I have not tried that llama yet. Um it's like Meta though. Meta, the only thing with Meta is like the data. Uh that's another thing why I stopped using GPT, is like, from what I understand, they are not very good with with data privacy, Claude was like much better. That was the main reason I switched to it at first, and then I found like Claude was just better at a lot of different business tasks. But anyways, back to the build. Um, oh yeah, Google and code. All right, it's looking good. So just coded the algorithm that separates a random trade from a massive signal. Looking for clusters. That's when the CEO, CFO, and a director all buy at the same time. If that happens, the meter hits the green, and we're building this with pure Tailwind, so it's snappy, looks incredible on mobile. All right. So far, I like everything I see, but I think I'm gonna have to wait until like the actual real data comes in to get a better read on the scoring system and how well it works. But for right now, I think it's good, and I don't think that I would want to change it, but I would just have to wait till the real data is in. So I'm about to paste step 4 here, and then I want you to create a prompt, and I'll read the prompt and let you know what I think. So step 4 is going to be the insider accuracy rating. Help beginners know which insiders are worth following. Look up when an insider is searched. Have Claude look at their last 3 buys. Check the stock price 60 days later after those buys. I think I'd want to change it to 30 days. 5 stars. Rating if the stock went up more than 10% consistently. 1 star if the stock went down or stayed flat. UI tooltip, add a small info icon that explains it, how the rating is based. Oh yeah, that sounds good. Let me just see if Gemini is still, and in certain chats too. I've noticed that sometimes I get on a chat with Gemini, and for whatever reason, it's just like it's rare, but sometimes it happens. It's just off all the time and trying to like do too much, and I have to like just end that chat because I found that like trying to like fix a chat when it's really weird like that, it's way better to just start a new one. Um, so this is the feature that builds trust with the users. Mock data phase, we need to add historical track records. Okay. So the insider accuracy rating, update the mock data, add a historical performance array to each insider. This should include the stock price at the time of their last 3 buys and the price 60 days later. I'm going to have them change it to 30 days. Or yeah, maybe it's like the same thing. Um, no, I'll change it to 30, definitely. So the rating logic, the 5 stars and the 5-star average return, more than 10%. Okay, I see. So it's average of all the buys. 5 to 10% for, that makes sense. The ticker activity feed, add a row of stars next to the insider's name. Okay, so I'm thinking the stars are if it was like a cluster buy then. Not really sure what the star is for. Oh, duh. The ratings, they're like actually printing out stars instead of saying like 5 star. Okay, that makes sense. Duh. Oh man. Okay, all right, we're adding the receipts. It's easy for a CEO to buy shares to look good, but does the stock actually go up afterwards? We're building a 1 to 5 star rating system that looks at their track record. if a CEO has a 5-star rating, it means every time they reach into their wallet, the stock pops. That's the person you want to follow. Yes, it is. All right. Yeah, I really like this flow today. I'm getting very little resistance from both Gemini and Claude Code. And I feel like the Gemini, I'm just like getting better at like getting at the right information from the start. And then Claude Code, it helped a lot. Really doing that style MD or Claude MD, whatever you have it. I noticed that made a way bigger effect than I planned. And there's some other folders too that I'm gonna start implementing. I'm just trying to kind of make one change at a time and make sure I like understand it and then add it to my system and then try the next like folder type after that or add a different step. Try not to make too many changes to the system at once. The Claude model I'm using, I believe right now was Opus 4.6, and I've got the credits to use Sonnet, but I tried it one time. I didn't really notice that it was any faster, but I mean, I guess for how much I use it, I probably wouldn't know. But from what I understand, Sonnet hallucinates more, makes more mistakes. I would rather go with the Opus. That seems to be everything I've heard industry standard. People think Opus is the best for like quality and not making mistakes. So while I'm still in this learning phase and I'm like my learning phase is going way quicker than I thought, I'm gonna stick with that until I have it down. Using LLM locally, what advantage do they provide? Um, Locally, not really sure what you mean. Um, so like local host, like is that what you mean? Like how I'm like, I guess that wouldn't be the LLM, but like Claude, like it's showing me like how I'm showing you guys on the local host what I'm building. Because I guess I've never used the LLM locally then. Probably just like on the website. All right. Yeah, definitely feel free to work with it. I guess I've never worked with somebody, so I know like I'm guessing like you would go into GitHub and then like you can work with it there. So yeah, whatever you think, man, anything you can do to you think add more value, that's awesome. Feel free to use it. Um Main thing is I guess like feedback is like the key. Like I'm letting anyone use any app this for free. Not sure how I'm gonna monetize it or when, but for right now it's all about like finding out like I'm installing tracking on all of them, finding out what apps people like the most and feedback like what do they like about it, what don't they like, what do they think I should add, what do they think shouldn't be there, that kind of thing. So always go ahead, feel free to leave any kind of comment. Give you a brief about like a certain app or this app. Um or like the what's it called, the readme file, I guess would probably be the best way to do that. I don't think I have README files on all the apps, but yeah, just let me know specifically what app you want to know about, and then like what you'd want to know, I guess. Yeah, so I've got all my other apps on GitHub. I believe they're all public. This one I just yeah, I just created GitHub for it, and I was just about to do the first push, like save once this once this step looks good. So I'm going to check this step, and then I'll just let you know when I'm, yeah, this looks good. So yeah, I'll push it to GitHub right now, and I'll let you know whatever you need to know for, I'm guessing just like the name. Yeah, I'll let you know the name for the yesterday one too. Let's see. All right, back to Claude Code. All right, just checked, and everything that's new from this step implemented looks really good. I've got the GitHub repository created, and I want to push to GitHub now. Create a prompt that I can send to Claude Code. I will paste the URL I just got from GitHub here for you to include in the prompt. So this one's called the Insider Edge, and once I get this pushed over, I'm going to that. Thank you. Yeah, that's what I need to do. I need to make a note to list my GitHub in the description. So yeah, I'm gonna get this pushed over, and then I'm gonna see if I can just update the description right after that for the whatever link I need for GitHub. All right, prompt looks good. Someone in the chat just mentioned that they want to collaborate on GitHub, and that it would help if I had the GitHub link in the description for YouTube. So I was gonna try to add that right now. Is there a spot on GitHub that like can just link my entire like portfolio, or how does that work? Time to stand up. All right. Okay, just checking the GitHub repo to see that the files have transferred. And they have. Awesome. So now I'm going to get the link to put in the description. Let's see. Oops. Back to Gemini. All right, profile picture. Profile. And the URL in the browser's address bar. Oh, for the profile. Okay. So I should also do profile readme. Secret GitHub feature. If I create a new repository with the exact same name as my username, make a repo called Insider Chef. Oh, if that's my user. So make a repo with my username. GitHub will let me write a welcome message that appears on the main profile. I can put the and then I can put like links to YouTube and mission statement there too. All right, I'm gonna do that part later, but for right now, I can at least add the link onto YouTube. So I'm gonna take a note for pin the best work and profile readme for GitHub. All right. So yeah, this should be easy. All right, I'm about to paste the URL to the GitHub profile, and I want you to create a basically like some text that goes along with it saying what it is that I can put in my YouTube description. Here you go. So yeah, the profile is under AI Automated Business Solutions. Awesome. Just adding this to the description. Hopefully it works. Do it right underneath the links for the apps. All right, so yeah, it should be updating right now. So yeah, let me know if it's not in the I guess yeah, let me know if it's not there. I'll check afterwards and I'll just add it later if it's not showing up. Um so I'm an entrepreneur working with AI. Might have built AI agents and automation. Yeah, I'll definitely I do have uh some videos before I started this challenge that was like talking about different LLMs basically. As far as AI agents, like I built my own workflows with the LLMs, but I haven't turned them into AI agents because essentially I would much rather use Claude Code to build custom coded agents, I guess. But I haven't gotten to that yet. So essentially, like I've got different workflows that are basically agents that aren't built into agents yet. But like all I have to do now is like take the same workflow and code it into an agent. But yeah, that's also going to be part of this the challenge that I'm doing. I'm not sure if it's the next phase or like the phase after that, but yeah, I'm definitely look out for more content other than like the live stuff. I've just been real busy with the live stuff and catching up with like my other business, but I'm all caught up with the other business from yesterday. Starting to get the live thing like dialed in now. So yeah, next step is now to get back to creating like the other kind of content. Awesome. Yeah, good to know. Yeah, that's awesome that I was able to do that quick. So yeah, yeah, just learning as I go and staying in the flow and increasing what I know. So next step is gonna be, I think, to add the API stuff, um, connecting the real SEC data. Swap the mock data for the live fire hose. Okay. Um, Go to step 5, the big money flowcharts. Okay, yeah, so step 5 already kind of did some of that, but oops. Let's see. So I just noticed one thing before I go to the implementing the real data. I'm looking at the prompt for step 5, and it looks like we already did like the top 10 buys and sells for those charts, but there was also an idea to have a heat map. So I'm going to paste the step 5 here, and I think basically just make a prompt for that heat map. All right. Suggest a project idea based on a real world problem. Um, let's see. Uh, First thing that comes to my mind is um right now with snowboarding. This has been the worst year in my lifetime for powder days for good snow, and I have been like manually going and checking like every like, you know, major resort, like the weather and like their snow reports and stuff. And that takes a lot of time. And I was just thinking like I would want an app that like I can just be like, hey, you know, who's got the highest snow base right now? Who's got the forecast for like next week to get the most snow as far as like the major resorts in America? And then maybe some kind of alert thing that could alert you like if a big storm like just popped up and it's like about to hit like a resort and they're about to get like a bigger than average storm or something like that with more snow. But yeah, that's just like the first thing I could think of. Um, Make it easier to find where the best snowboarding is or skiing is in America. All right. Yeah, essentially it'd be like a weather app, but for like skiing and snowboarding. I feel like that would be awesome because everything I know of, it's like the most you can find on one app is like I think like on the snow it's called, but even then you have to like search for each place and it'll just tell you like the different like totals. But like I want something that's just gonna tell me like what I'm like looking for. That's like, you know, who's got the most snow, who's got the biggest base of snow, where is it gonna be next week, that kind of thing. So now for the heat map master prompt, um, create a function that groups all trades by sector. Calculates the total net buying for each sector. Assigns a glow level based on the volume. Build the UI component. Create a new component where each box is a sector. Okay. Market sector sentiment. Awesome. On to the next prompt. Yeah, I bet you that oh, you're from India, so I guess you guys got I think you guys got like Kashmir or something like that. People go like snowboarding up there. But yeah, man, I always wanted to go and check out what's that mountain range, man? The Himalayas, man. Like those are some big mountains compared to what I'm used to, but I mean, backcountry, it would probably be super dangerous for like avalanches and stuff out there. But I bet you there's people out there doing it. I bet you at least someone's got like skis and boards out there. But I that got me thinking like you could do a whole weather app series. Like just think of all the things that people, you know, that really rely on the weather, right? And so you're not making essentially like, you know, an app that people would want to know the like anyone who wants to know the weather. You would be making apps specifically for like snowboarders or skiers that want to know the weather, or like, you know, even like race cars drivers like would want to know like if it's rain, like what tracks, like where the ground's going to be wet. um just like I'm sure you could just do like a search into like AI and be like, what are all the different activities that are super weather dependent, and they have like their own like standards. Like I wouldn't want to know just where the snow is going to be, but like right now, like, you know, it says it's snowing in like Tahoe, but I know because it's like 40 degrees out there that snow that they're getting is going to be like a really wet, like rainy snow, and it's going to be like really bad for snowboarding or skiing. Like I want like the cold, dry, like powdery snow that only gets like during like when the air is dry and it's like below a certain temperature. So Yeah, just certain like certain indicators that you would have to set up, but that could be for like certain like activities, I guess. Yeah, respect, thanks man. AI creates SaaS that fills the deeper pockets of niches. Yes, the riches are in the niches for sure. And the more niched out you can get, and it's just like business, that's what I'm saying. And that's what I've like the research I've done from like some of the top people that like understand this like way better than me. They're saying like a lot of people right now are like really concerned about like, who's the best coder, and they're like, trying to be like, I'm this better coder, but like what the experts are saying is they think within like a year or two that's not going to matter. AI is going to, it's already getting so much better, so much quicker, but when it gets really good to where like, you know, you don't have to like being the best coder becomes irrelevant because it'll just outcode even the best coders. The main thing, the main skill that's going to determine like who basically makes the most money with this and who provides the most value with this is going to be who understands like business, who understands how to find a target audience, how to find what their problems are, their main problems, what is the solution to those problems, how to get that solution created with code, and then how to get that app, site, whatever you build in front of the right market. So that's what, and I was like, man, that was just like, when I heard that and I was like just getting started with this, I'm like, okay, this is like takes all my skill sets that I already have and like applies it to something that is going to be like just so important for like, I was thinking the future. I didn't think I'd get this good this quick. Just by doing this every day is like taking me to a level I did not think I would be making like this good of apps already. So needs a lot of research for like the weather niche app ideas. Yeah, yeah, like, but also research now is so easy. Just find the different, be like, what are the different activities that are super weather dependent? What are like the certain like weather standards that they want for each activity? And how can you implement that into like a weather forecast tool, I guess. All right, back to the local host, back to the browser. I'm gonna check the new part that I just added, and oh, nice at the bottom. Oh, dude, this is cool. Yeah, this is like, wow. They just like adding stuff that like it sounds cool to me. Like I'm like market sector sentiment. I'm like that's like okay, not that big of a deal. But now I'm seeing it, and I'm like, dude, this is for like beginners. This would help, but also like experienced investors. Like of course this is still mock data. This is not the real data. I haven't got the actual API put in yet, but yeah, this is good to know. Experienced investors like, and like even before I would put in like refreshing this. So yeah, even before you put in a ticker, like even if you don't have a certain like stock you're wondering about, like most of my other apps I made, like this would be something I would just want to check almost like every day. And this brings me to like something I want to write down is like I want to be making apps that not just solve a problem, but like have some kind of function, if possible, that would have somebody wanting to like check back every day. Like even if I was only buying something like once a week or once a month, and I was only looking up those tickers once a month or once a week, like every day I it only take me like a minute, and I could come and see like, oh, I wonder who's selling today, I wonder who's buying, and I wonder what market sectors are like looking the best right now. and it'll take me 30 seconds, and it's like a reason to check back every day. Yeah, I gotta write that down. All right, so I did the style MD, the plans and steps, and the PRD. Actually, no, I forgot the PRD today, but that's okay because everything's looking all right so far. I did the folders and the files, and I just finished the build with mock data. So now I'm gonna save it, and I tested it. Now I'll push to GitHub again, and then I'm gonna put in the API or APIs. All right. All right. All right, everything is looking good. I think this is like everything I needed for the mock data phase. So give me a prompt for me to push this to GitHub, and then I will come back and do the next part where we put in the APIs. So you've been working with an LLC model project based on education optimizing, ACC to learner pace, OD understanding, using RL, GXBoost, NLP, DP model, and self-learning engine. Problem is with API, I used Gemini API, but it didn't work. Okay, yeah, I just used Gemini API for the first time, the last app I made, and I had no problems with it. It was the free API. Mostly I've had problems with the free finance APIs, with them saying that the free tier has certain things, but then I try and it doesn't. So that's another good thing I've noticed is like it's good if you're learning, especially to try and make, you know, maybe a bunch of different apps in the same niche. So that way you can try like a different API for each app to get to, because all the APIs are going to be a little different, and things like I never would have thought, like, you know, some of them like have really good data but really bad charts, and some of them have like um really good data but it's only for like a year, and some of them have like 30 years of data but they don't have like the current day of data. So it's just like weird stuff I never would have thought until I actually implemented these APIs. And now that I've tried like all the major APIs for finance, now I know when I like actually whether I end up like linking the apps all together or like only like posting up the best performing apps, I'll know which paid API I want to get. So yeah, it really helps just trying all the different APIs. Backend in which language for this project is Next.js, Tailwind CSS, and TypeScript. Let's see. All right, prompt for GitHub, and then an API. Oh, didn't even need the prompt. It's already, yeah, there we go. Yeah, I hear you, paid API. I haven't used them yet. Luckily not, cause that's another thing. Cause I'm doing live stream. Uh, I've learned quick about like how easy it is to accidentally expose the APIs, which I have done accidentally like once or twice, but luckily they're all the free APIs. But yeah, I hear you. There's like I've found ways. Like I've ran into so many problems with these free APIs that at first like the LLM would be like, yeah, you just can't do that, and I'd be like, well, can you like maybe if I tried this, what if I did like this to work around it, and they'd be like, no, and I just keep trying different guesses, and then usually something would work. Found like there's usually a way. Sometimes the best thing though is to just like if you're having a lot of trouble with a certain API, just try a different one. That's what I've done. I've had like one API just work perfect one day, and then the next day I'm like, oh, I'm definitely using that same one, and then it just doesn't work for that function. So then I have to just like go back, try a different API. Um, in this series, they're all free so far. But when I do monetize it, then I'll switch to paid. So yeah, as of right now, super helpful to try all the different free APIs in whatever niche that you are building in. Um, all right, so checking that the push went through for yep, 1 minute ago. All right. Okay, next step is the API, I believe. Just double checking. Yeah, so I basically created the app. Now I just gotta do the API. Um, all right, I guess I'm ready for that next step, and I'm feeling good about the progress. This looks like this is my vision. Plus, it's like better than my vision. So I'm really, really proud and happy with this one. So I'm ready for step 6, the API integration. So I guess we've got the SECs filing or the Polygon IO API. Are you saying that we should use either or? Are you saying that we should use both? What is your recommendation? Because I'm guessing the SEC's API is going to have the more accurate information, but I'll go with what you think. Let me know. Can I suggest an option for this? Uh, like for this app I'm working on now, like or like financial apps in general. I'm not really sure. Guess just like be more specific for what kind of API. I'm guessing that's what you mean, API option. Um, okay, SEC versus Polygon IO debate. So Polygon has been They don't have like the most wide range of data for financial apps, but it has been one of the most reliable as far as not having problems running the API, and also having like at least a decent amount of like free searches per whatever it is per hour or something. So yeah, SEC Edgar API is the source of truth. It's direct, free, and carries every single detail. However, it is also notoriously difficult to work with. It's formatted for government servers, not modern apps. I did it last time and I noticed the only difference was like it took a little bit longer to load than the other APIs. Um, so in Polygon, yeah, I would recommend trying out Polygon, Alpha Vantage, FinHub, FMP, and go on like an LLM and ask them what they think are like the main differences for the free tiers for FinHub, Polygon, Alpha Vantage, FMP. So right now they're saying for this app the recommendation is to use Polygon IO because it's going to be quicker and more accurate. But I mean, I can't imagine it's more accurate because Polygon's got to be getting their info from SEC Edgar. So I guess if they're getting the same one, Polygon has a dedicated insider transactions endpoint. Gives us the code P, personal cash, and code A awards already filtered. Okay, so that would just take like steps away from the app having to process stuff. You're welcome. Anytime, respect. Polygon has a dedicated. Okay, Polygon also provides the stock price data that we need for the 5-star accuracy rating. Oh, that's extra. Yep. So if I didn't use, if I did use that Edgar, the SEC API, I would still need to use another one anyway, just to get the stock price to go with it. So that makes more sense right there alone. Just use Polygon. That makes sense. Um, all right. So are you saying to give this prompt to Claude Code and then afterwards tell it that I have the API key and then just go and put it in the right file? Tell it I'm ready first. Okay. So I'll go find Polygon. Yeah, another thing to this too, I was thinking of like I've heard of people doing like trading bots and stuff. Um I've heard a lot of mixed stuff, like people saying most of it's hype, most of these don't work. But I mean, I mean, if you can set it up for paper trading and you're not like risking any money and it works, then why not like try it with like $10 or something and see what happens. So yeah, I think that might be a part of this challenge too, where I just like I build a trading bot or a series of trading bots or something like that. But yeah, I feel like I'm not there in skill level yet. I might be, but not sure. But that would be good. Oh, dude, that's a good idea. So like once I finish all these apps, I could then like build something to link them all together. And once they're linked all together, I could build a custom trading tool that is based on all the information from like all the apps linked together. Or even it wouldn't even have to be for trader. I could do one for traders and I could do one just for like it would be a function for beginner investors that would just automatically take all the data from every app I built and then give them like maybe a score for like good time to buy, like whatever stock they're looking at. Um, but yeah, Polygon IO, which is now Massive. That's right. Polygon changed their name to Massive.com, and go. There's my API key. Awesome. Yeah, respect. Yeah, this is awesome, man. Being able to like talk to people on here, and as much as I'm learning and like hopefully like helping other people learn, especially when I got started, like there were so many people that were like way better than me that were stepping in and giving me good advice and helping me get out of like stuff I was stuck with. And yeah, I was like, man, this like I feel so grateful that just like um let's see, that this exists, that I have the ability to do this, and everything is flowing so much better than I could have ever imagined. You know, at first I thought like the main benefit to doing this would be, other than like for myself, you know, other than like teaching other people, that they could see like my journey as a beginner, because like every other channel I've seen where they're doing a similar challenge, these guys are all like seeming to me like more like experienced developers, and they're talking about stuff that was like I did not understand at all. So I was like, yeah, I want to show people like, you know, my journey as a beginner who like is coming from nothing of understanding this stuff to like, you know, how am I learning? Like, what is my process like? What are my problems I'm running into? But I thought the best benefit would be just that it would save it, you know, that I could go back and like watch my own journey and like look back to like if I needed reference on stuff. But yeah, the value of doing this is just like so much better. And that's like the future is like, I'm always talking about like abundance on here and like everybody working together. Like there's more than enough for everybody. Like I'm not worried that like, you know, I've been in business long enough to know like if a business idea works, like I can just expect like, you know, someone will copy it, because like that's how the world works. Like you don't want it to be like, you know, like someone's gonna steal my idea, so I shouldn't tell anybody. Like no, like I'm like people should benefit from my ideas. I benefit from other people's ideas, and at the end of the day, everyone can collaborate and like make things better. And you know, the money will come. Like I've been in business long enough to know like people on scarcity focusing on like, you know, I gotta like find something that I can make money with, and that being their main priority, usually it doesn't work, or usually that turns into some kind of like scam, or like I gotta like get the better end of like the deal to win type mindset. And that is just not like, not the type of person I want to be, but also like not the type of like vibes that I want to be putting out in the world. So yeah, it's all about abundance, everyone working together, collaborating. All right, do I want to proceed with the Polygon IO? Yep. Yeah, so like other than what I've been saying, like the main thing for like making money is just like having the mindset of like thinking how can you create the most value for the most people. And with AI, looking at what you're trying to do, break that down into a system. So you can see like that's what I've been doing. I've been like creating a system right here. And if you go back and you check my earlier videos, this system looked very different. And I've been kind of like updating it and changing it and making it better like every day. Because with business, you want to be creating systems for every part of the business. So that way, whether you hire someone or you program an employee, you have the system for them that it follows, and you don't have to worry about them going off. Because one of the biggest problems that when I first got into business that I've seen and that I was even warned about, so I was like careful about not doing it myself, is you do not want an employee to come into your business and create their own system that only they know, because then your business is running, it's totally dependent on them. And if they quit, if they leave, then like no one else knows that system. You have to like rearrange your whole business to like create a new system. And also too, that person can become like, if they know the system, then like usually what happens is like they realize that, and then they maybe like start slacking off because they know that like they're irreplaceable. But the main thing is like you're going to be doing everything yourself if you don't have a system. And as soon as you build that system, then you can automate that part of the business. And then as long as it's following that system, but like, yeah, you just got to make sure you get the system dialed in first and do things one step at a time. Don't try to like, build a marketing system and AI programming system at the same time. Just focus on building one system at a time, automate that out, and then build the next system and automate that out for each part of the business. Yeah, good night, man. Good talking every time. Respect. And yeah, good to see what you build. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of good things built in the future. So yeah, have a good night, man. Good talking. All right, so basically it's telling me like what it's doing with the data for the API key. And once this is done, I think all I'm going to need to do is go into the folder. It should create the right folder. I don't see it yet, so it hasn't created it yet. But yeah, I'll just put that API key in, and then hopefully works on the first try. So yeah, also looking at the mindset, right? Like thoughts are energy. You're gonna attract what you focus on, and more you think about something, the more energy you put into it. So that's not only important to consider for like where you place your focus, but like how many things you focus on in life, right? Like focusing on just one thing at a time is going to put like all your energy, all your mental energy into that one thing. Trying to like focus on multiple projects, the more projects you focus on, the more scattered your energy is going to be. And I know for me, I try to focus on the main thing. Like think about what's the main thing I'm trying to focus on, and then what's the most important thing for that thing to focus on, and just focus on that. And like I'll work all day, and then like when I'm like about to go to sleep, man, I'll be lying there and I'll just get like wake up in the morning and do meditation, and just clear my mind. And because I've spent so much mental energy focusing on like the one thing, like I'll just have like the solutions, or like the next step will just like come to me. If I get stuck on something, instead of like, you know, using mental energy when I'm stuck, when I could be like, you know, when I'm hitting a wall, it's all about like path of least resistance. So then I'll go and I'll like do some meditation, or like hopefully if the weather is good, like you know, some kind of like mountain biking or snowboarding, or something like that. Um the reason I really like the snowboarding and the mountain biking is like it takes like 100% focus. Like I can't really be like thinking about anything else. Like my mind has got to be 100% on what I'm doing. And I'll do that stuff and it'll totally like refresh my mind, and I'll have like just being out in nature also, like the best ideas will come. Okay. So now we got API route that calls all three Polygon endpoints in parallel. Falls back gracefully if the call fails, combines Polygon live data with our mock server's parsed trade data, and confidence score returns a unified JSON response. Polygon gives us real company details, sector, market cap, stock price, and Form 4 filing counts. Polygon does not return parsed insider trade fields. That requires fetching. The mock service continues to provide the structured insider trade data. Okay, so paste the key and then go to the local site to try it. Awesome. So I just got to change it to the browser to paste the key, and env. Cool. All right, I gave Claude the prompt. It told me it got everything set up. I just pasted the key. Now it's saying restart the local or the dev server, and then go to the local host. So what do I need to do again to restart the dev server? Is that just run npm dev? All right. So let's see if we got it to work the first time. Usually the API key is where I get a problem, but I got a good feeling. I think I'm getting this process down better, getting less and less errors every time. Oh, I had it on browser. Well, I guess, yeah, so all I did on the code right now is just did the um, npm run dev basically. Okay, so here we go. Now I'll know if I'm still in the flow or if I got to make a change and learn something new. Okay, so you try Tesla. Think it worked. I think it worked. First time. Like not one problem. If this worked right, I mean, I want to check it to make sure with some other stocks, but I don't really follow Tesla anymore. Like Tesla's bull run was over. I don't see another one coming now that there's every other company making electric cars. But yeah, that was like I remember when Tesla right before the bull run started and it was like at its lowest price even before it split at like $220. Man, the media was like, "Oh, Tesla's gonna go out of business." There's like 10 other like EV companies that are starting up, and even if Tesla does do well, they're gonna like struggle with them. And I don't remember one person in the media talking about, yeah, a huge bull run's about to happen for Tesla. That was one of the biggest bull runs for stocks like ever. So, but yeah, now been buying Rivian, but not Tesla. So all right, try a different one. See Apple again. So I always do Apple wrong. Okay. These are all the major stocks, which makes sense because they're going to have a bigger market cap. Like, I don't know. Like, it shows like the CEO and stuff. Well, like Elon's buying $90 million almost worth of Tesla. That's interesting. But I mean, to him, that's like, it's like $100 to most people probably. So, all right, time to try some smaller caps like Coinbase. Excuse me. All right, so no insider trades on Coinbase. Probably I'm guessing these smaller caps is probably gonna be rare. That what's another one? One for Fubo. So they're recommending the bigger ones like Amazon. Okay. Yeah, I mean this thing is good. Like I feel like almost doesn't even need a ticker search on this one. Like just this right here and this is like the main feature of the app, really. And that's how I set it up to be where when you start it, yep. So this is money. I really like how it doesn't show it like hides all the other everything else until you search a ticker. So like someone like me who would just want to like check this like every day to see like what's going on in the market, like I might not even have a ticker, but like I can just still get a lot of info from this. That's awesome. Um yeah, education station. That's the next thing. Um that's what I will bring to the chatbot. So that was the moment of truth. Just plugged in the Polygon API key, rebooted it so it can breathe in the new environment variables. It worked. No more mock data. Got to see actual live trades from the SEC and got to see who's buying today. So, yeah, everything that I thought it would do, it seemed like it did. I looked at like Nvidia, Apple, and Tesla, and I got the data. But when I tried smaller caps like Coinbase and Fubo, it just said there was no investor buying data for those. So I'm guessing that's going to be pretty common with the smaller ones. What do you think? I'll be right back. So yeah, Gemini's saying that's exactly what it expected. It's actually a sign that the app is working perfectly. In the world of SEC filings, no data is an important data point. Insider buying isn't like stock price movements. It doesn't happen every day. The big caps have, these companies have dozens of executives and board members. So the churn of someone buying or selling is much higher. That makes sense. And with small and mid caps, I didn't even understand it was that low. Insiders at these companies might only trade once or twice a year. If nobody has bought or sold in the last 30 to 90 days, the API will return an empty list. Insiders are often restricted by blackout periods. They usually aren't allowed to trade in the weeks leading up to earnings reports. That makes sense. Since we're in February, many companies just finished or are about to report earnings, so the insiders are legally locked out from buying. So that should be in my education station too. They're saying give more information though when there's no data. So they're giving me a prompt. No data feels a bit empty. Let's update the activity feed and confidence score components. If no data is found, display a clean message. No insider trades reported in the last 90 days. This is common for mid-cap stocks during earnings blackout period. If there's no data, set the score to a neutral 50 and display insiders are standing pat. No recent conviction signals detected. Add a load more, check older option. See if the Polygon API can look back like 6 months instead of 1 month if the initial search comes up empty. Why not? See what happens. And I gotta remember to tell it to put that data in the education station for the nation of beginner investors trying to get more abundance. But yeah, first I should commit and push for sure. I want to include an education station. Basically, you just mentioned some stuff about like, um, essentially like small caps and big caps and like how often they buy compared to each other. I want to include that and make a list of other things that you think it would be important to include in the education station for beginner investors so that they can better understand all the information on this app. Yeah, getting better at the multi steps too. Seeing like the next step to that is running multiple windows with Claude Code. So far, I don't really see a need for that, mainly because I'm still learning and I'm trying to like really understand each step, what's going on. And I think that would be really distracting for right now, but I can tell like at first I was seeing the advanced people doing like multiple windows at the same time. And I was like, man, that looks like way too much over my head for me. But now I'm starting to like understand it, and I'm starting to see it as like the next step that it would lead to that. Awesome. See if the updates worked. Um, all right, so I should have waited to do the education station. I just checked the new changes made, and I clicked the button that was like we couldn't find any insider trades for the last 90 days. So here, click here to check the last 6 months. I did that, and I got this message back that I'm about to paste here. And I think that that message like doesn't make sense to me. So help me understand what it's saying. Yep. As soon as I thought, first time I tried to be like, okay, I know what it's gonna do. I can just start the next one. That was the first and only problem I've had so far with this build. The message is essentially saying safety valve, that they had Claude Code built into the logic. Means the API call worked, but the data it found wasn't in a format the app could read yet. What do you mean yet though? Polygon found form 4 filings. This confirms that the connection to the Polygon is good. Found the documents for that ticker in the 6-month window. Parse trade details will be available once the live data pipeline is connected. This is a technical way of saying I found the documents, but I haven't written the code to read the specific numbers out of those older files yet. Uh, so I just got to give a prompt to do that thing. Because with the mock data, we only focused on process trades. Okay. Real SEC data comes in two layers, the metadata and the content. And, okay, cool. They gave me a prompt to get the 6-month data to awesome. So back to the keep wanting to say cursor, but I just changed to what is this one called? LM or LV, or it doesn't matter. VS Code. Yep, that's right. Yeah, I just changed from cursor to VS Code today. It's pretty much the same thing. I was using cursor as a beginner to kind of slow things down and get more of like a step-by-step. Like you can see my first video or two, like I was like starting with cursor. I'd like try to give cursor every prompt first, and then if it didn't work and I got stuck, then I would go to Claude Code. And it helped a lot for learning, but then I quickly like learned more and more until the point where it was like, okay, I understand this good enough that I don't even need to go to cursor, and I was just using cursor less and less. But I mean, it was $20 for that first month, and I definitely got value out of it. So it was worth it. But now, like, I just use Claude Code. I don't even stopped using cursor, so that's why instead of keeping to pay $20 a month just to use the cursor, whatever you call it, like site or board or whatever. Even though I was like used to that flow, I was like, yeah, it's not worth paying $20 a month if I'm not using the cursor function on it, when I can use VS Code, which they're saying is actually either like they're saying it's a fork of cursor. So I don't know if that means like cursor was built off VS Code or VS Code was built off a cursor, but essentially it's like free version that is most similar to cursor. And yeah, I should switch back to the coding because that's what I'm doing right now. So yeah, my progress is getting so good. I mean, amount of problems that I would, those first like 10 apps maybe, it was like I was just running into problems like every like 15 minutes. Every like prompt I'd get would come back with something that would break or didn't make sense. And just by going through all the different problems, man, I learned so much. And that's what I'm always saying, like give thanks for everything, like all the problems in life, give thanks, because there's a lot of lessons there. And if I had been like have everything going smooth from the start, I would not understand so much right now. Okay, so they're saying try Fubo again, the smaller ticker one, and I'll go back to the browser, see if it has updated this part. Form 4 filings exist for the last 6 months, but contain no standard buy-sell transactions. All right, I'm going to try Coinbase. Nothing there either. Wonder what a stock would be that would. I'll check my stock charts real quick. Nike. Okay, so yeah, Nike's a bigger stock, and it doesn't have any recent. But I think they would in the last 6 months. Wow. That is strange. I want to run that by with the LLM. Just make sure that this is accurate. So I ran Coinbase and Fubo, sorry. And yeah, the message changed. So now it says Form 4 filings exist for the last 6 months, but contain no standard buy or sell transactions to display. So I thought, okay, well, I should just look at a bigger stock. So I looked up Nike, and Nike, same thing, where there was nothing like recently, and I clicked the 6 months, and I got the same no transactions to display. And I thought maybe that was kind of odd. I'm not really sure, but can you check to make sure? Like, is there a way you can see it? Did Nike not make, no one at Nike made any buys or sells for the last 6 months, just to confirm that this data is accurate? Because I'm like, come on, like, if I were the CEO of Nike, I would be buying right now for sure. The app isn't broken, but it's being too strict. I just checked the real world data for Nike. There actually has been major insider activity in the last 6 months, including a massive $1 million buy by the CEO. That's what I'm saying. If I was the CEO, and even Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple, who's on Nike's board, bought like $3 million worth of Nike on December 22nd, 2025. So, see, that's why I know. See, like, you got to know, like, whatever you're trying to build, you got to understand it. Like, even like, I can tell I understand a lot of this stuff better than the LLM. Because, like, most people would have thought, oh, like, that's like, they must be right. But I know, like, I'm like, okay, well, Nike, that doesn't make sense to me. So, like, I looked it up, and sure enough, like, I was right. So, just got to fix another thing. It's likely because we told Claude to filter the data. We told it to look for standard buy sell transactions. Sometimes the API returns these trades with slightly different labels or transaction codes that our code is currently ignoring. For example, some of these were planned purchases, which might be coming through the API with a different flag than a simple P. So we need to tell Claude to be less picky so it doesn't miss these massive CEO moves. So here's the prompt. I checked Nike, and there were actually big CEO buys in December, but the app is saying no transactions found. So loosen the filter, check if we're filtering too strictly, include planned trades. Many executives use 10b5-1 trading plans. Ensure the parser includes any transaction that results in the acquisition of shares. Debug the response. Add a console log to the API response so we can see exactly what Polygon is sending back for Nike. Fix the 6 month logic. The 90-day search is empty. The 6-month search should definitely be picking up those December trades. All right. Back to the Claude Code. Yeah, so AI, you gotta say run AI. Like, we run AI. AI does not run we. Because AI is going to try to run you. AI is going to try to be so confident that it's going to tell you this is the next step, this is the next thing you should do. If you see this, that means it's working. But you got to always think of AI like it's an employee for you, not that it's like your employer that's telling you what to do. So always check it, always question it, always do your own, like, intuitive, like, checks into things. And if anything seems like it might be a little bit off, just like, hey, check this out, this seems like a little off to me. um is there anything more to this, like I just did? And yeah, it was like, sure enough, they were like, yeah, it should be showing something for that, and it's not. And like, it would have picked that up on its own, but as soon as I gave it the right, like, kind of like nudge in that direction, then it's like it knew exactly what to do. But then I'm still making sure that I read the prompt that it's giving me to make sure that it's like sticking with my vision and the mission. So I'm wishing that it would work this time. Because essentially, like, everything worked good, and I just added this, like, extra step. Well, it asked me to add this extra step, and as long as it doesn't, like, run into too many as long as, like, I fix it here, like, it's good. Like, another prompt or two to fix it, that's not a big deal, but yeah, you never know when you're gonna run into another issue. That's what I found. And, like, every single live stream, I've learned my lesson, because, like, every single time I thought something was done, and I've been like, all right, this is the last prompt. Like, after this is gonna be done, and I'll be like, yeah, like, I just won. Like, we're up like 20 points. There's no way the other team can come back. As soon as I get that, like, mindset, then I get hit with, like, the biggest problem of the day. So I learned to stay just like, it's done when it's done. The process is fun. No reason to run from the problems, because if there is, I will solve them. And yeah, it's all just like the process, it's a learning process. And you know, it's just gonna be like that to learn. But I mean, it's worth it. This app right here, like, I get it now. Like, even like, a week ago, or a week, 2 weeks ago, when I started the challenge, I would have never realized that this was even possible to do. I would have never thought of, like, an app like this. The only way I was able to even, like, think of an app like this was because I built, like, the 10 apps that were, like, less complicated than this, and kind of worked my way up, and always tried to improve, and always tried to make the apps more complicated as I went up. So because of that, now I'm getting a much better idea of what's possible, and that's helping me to, like, to envision better things. And I'm really glad I didn't, like, you know, try to, like, set a schedule from the start, and be like, I'm gonna build this app today and this app the next day. No, I'm so glad I did it, like I have been, where each day, like, I just come fresh, and then I, like, decide a new idea, do the research, seeing, like, the pain points, and yeah, then I just go from there. All right. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna try Nike again after the npm run dev. All right, ready for the test. Here we go. Yeah, all right. So, not only the CEO of Nike, but a lot of other people have been buying a lot of Nike. 98.88% of holdings. Wow. Yeah, they are buying Nike hard right now. That's what I'm saying. I am too. So, it worked. That's awesome. Now I just got to do the education station. First, I'm going to push this to GitHub. Um, yes, it worked this time. It showed the people that have bought in the past 6 months, where before it was just blank. So I'm ready to do another push to GitHub. Create a prompt for that. All right, so I'll push this to GitHub. Then I'll do the education station, and then do like polish. Um, yeah, another app. I was like thinking at first like this one is not gonna be as good as yesterday, but it's not as complicated. But I feel like the value it provides is equally as good, and if not better, for a reason that this is like got charts that would bring people back to check like on a daily, even if they're not looking up tickers. Um, okay, education station time. Let's build a new component called education station and add it as a new section or a toggleable modal on the dashboard. The header will say Insider Edge Pro Tips. Create 4 clean lesson cards using the following titles and descriptions: Market Cap Reality, Decoding the Codes, Sound of Silence, Thinking Months, Not Minutes. Um, yeah, giving this to Claude. So we're adding the Pro Wisdom layer. I don't want you guys just staring at red and green buttons without knowing what they mean. We're building an education station that explains the SEC rulebook in plain English, talking about blackout periods, code P versus code A, and why small caps are quieter. Knowledge is power. We're putting it right in the app. All right, let's see. All right. All right, the education station looks good. I noticed that there's some kind of error, like red dot on the bottom of the local page. So it says there's 3 errors. I'm going to copy and paste them here. I guess it only pasted one. So I got a duplicate key error, but it's a great sign. It means the app is working so well that it's catching multiple trades made by the same person on the same day. Oh, okay, so that's not really an error. I see. So like it's saying Philip Knight bought Nike's founder made multiple transactions on that exact same day, and React is getting confused because it sees 2 items. Um, but it still says give Claude a prompt to use a more specific ID to make sure every single trade is treated as its own unique event. All right. Back to the code. Yes, make this change. And yeah, like just thinking about like how subconscious mind is king. These are like teachings like abundance that I've been studying for many years that really like go with business. And like your conscious mind can set goals, but the subconscious mind actually drives your behavior and results, which have a bigger impact on goals. So most people fail because they only work at the conscious level. And your subconscious mind is something that where I feel like the programming takes place. Just like how I'm programming these apps, you can learn how to program your own subconscious mind to guide you in the right direction. And that's just like kind of like repetition over time of programming. Um, it's like a skill anybody can learn. All right. Try Nike again. Check the last 6 months in the browser. See, I was just checking to make sure that the yep, and now it's showing the duplicate trades. Okay. we go. So basically the problem was that Phil Knight was buying so much Nike stock that the app was tripping over itself. React requires every item in a list to have a unique ID. Since he was making multiple moves in the same day, our old ID system couldn't keep up. We're updating the key logic to make sure every single share purchase gets its own unique spot on the board. No trade left behind. There we go. Okay, so based on like if there is information that comes up in the last 6 months that wasn't there before I clicked that button, do you think that would have any impact on the confidence score? Thinking no, because then you'd have to like make every. Oh, that makes sense. No, but it should treat a trade from 5 months ago. It shouldn't treat a trade from 5 months ago the same as a trade from yesterday. That makes sense. So it should update the score, just not with the same logic that is used for recent buys. Okay. So I'm adding this to the code. I'm gonna probably send it to GitHub first. And then push this to GitHub. And then I will fix it so it updates with the 6-month data to reflect on the confidence score overall. There we go. That's another thing that AI did not think of. I was like, wait, so now this information is added, but the confidence score is still the same, but shouldn't this change it? And it's like, sure enough. All right, so I'll try it again. Back to the browser. Now this time, I think looked like it already did, but I'll see if it does after it. So is it like automatically implementing that in the score, or does it have to? Oh, yep, okay, that's what I wanted to do. Wanted it so it shows the score, but then if you look that up, then it like changes it. So that makes it a little better, showing like the recent. That makes, yeah, that's awesome. So I want it. All right. Commit and push to GitHub. All right, I can't think of anything else to add. I think the Claude Code is recommending that I do like a polish. I think he was saying some other things too that would go with that. What do you think? I think I gotta keep my posture good. Starting to like slouch down a little bit. Get this desk up higher. There we go. User experience. The best financial dashboards don't just show data, they make the data feel premium. Glass morphism, yep, did that last time. Micro animations, framer motion, signal strength gauge. Yeah, I like these ideas. Okay. Finally, UI UX polish. All right, we're entering the obsessive detail phase. We've got the data, but now we're giving it that Wall Street coat of paint. We're adding glass morphism effects, radial gauges for our confidence scores, and smooth animations. We want this to feel like a premium tool that costs thousands a month, even though we built it right here on stream. And like the prompt I just got from Gemini was much more detailed. Like basically Claude Code was just saying like, do a UI polish. But I'm like, yeah, I don't want you to decide what that's going to be. I want it to be my vision. And I already worked with this same chat with Gemini yesterday for the app, and it automatically applied the exact same like styles that we used for the app yesterday. So I'm glad that I'm using this like combo of Gemini and this. I'll be right back. Yeah. Right. So this one is taking much longer than usual, especially the polish part. I noticed it went into plan mode automatically, and I don't remember doing it that before. So I'm about to talk to Gemini. I noticed that this step is taking a lot longer than usual, and it looks like Claude Code automatically went into plan mode. And essentially, I don't know that I've ever used this plan mode before, but do you have any like understanding on why it did this now? And then just give me like a basic understanding of what plan mode does. Well, I was like thinking maybe it froze, but thankfully that's not what happened. Um, so think of it switching from assistant mode to project manager mode. I just gave Claude a polish prompt that involved 5 different complex tasks: glass morphism, framer motion animations, SVG gauges, skeleton states, and favicons. That's why I should have just given those one at a time, maybe. No wonder that took more credits than usual, too. Um, and more time. So, in normal mode, Claude tries to do everything at once. Before a list this big, it often leads to errors or cutting corners. Plan mode kicks in when the task is complex enough that the AI needs to think before it speaks to ensure all the new code plays nicely together. So basically, Claude is creating a blueprint before it picks up the hammer. Here's what's happening under the hood. Oh, wow, yeah. 10 tasks. It hasn't even... So it like basically just finished the planning. Now it's working on them one at a time. No doubt, yeah. It's going to be interesting to see how many tokens I used today compared to usual, because it looks like just this alone took like more tokens than like my last project. But yeah, I'll see. So it's always looking at how adding framer motion for animations might affect the existing layout, step-by-step architecture. Instead of sending one giant wall of code that might break, it breaks the work into logical chunks, which is what you can see it doing right now. And consistency. It ensures that the glow on the new gauge matches the glow on the existing heat map. Okay. Usually Claude will present the plan to you and ask for a thumbs up or tell you it's starting. So just review the plan. Make sure it's all stuff I wanted. Give the go ahead, which I did. It will likely update the files one by one. This is actually safer, because if one part breaks, then I know exactly which step caused it. So the project has gotten so sophisticated that Claude just entered plan mode. I thought this is one of the least sophisticated parts of the app, is just that I gave it so many changes to make it once. I think it really makes more sense. This is what happens when you move from basic code to professional architecture. The AI is mapping out the UI overhaul so we don't break our live API connections while we're adding the frosted glass effects and animations. Doing this the pro way. Okay. So once the plan is executed, the app will look on point. Be the difference between a prototype and a product. And it's moving quick through them. The 10 steps, and it's got 4 left. More water. All tasks complete. Here we go. Run the dev. Run it. Run it. Run things. All right, time to check it. Time to see what the final product is going to look like. Time to see what the big picture is. And yeah, just change it back to the browser. There we go. Get that there. I gotta refresh it. So far it looks the same to me. Let's try NKE. Oh, yeah, that's different. Definitely looks better. But I feel like for all the work it did, don't notice that much. But it does look better. So let's see what happens when it checks out last 6 months. Does that still work? And it does. It changed it. It moved it up like I thought it would. Yeah. Man, that is crazy. Like Nvidia. Like you're the owner of Nvidia. And you're just like, yeah, I think I'll sell some stock today. Like 87.5 million sounds good. Like what? Like where do you come up with these numbers? Like is that a percentage of something? I wish I understood like their mindset, like, but like that tells you a lot. Like would you, if you were a beginner and you knew that the CEO of Nvidia just sold like almost $90 million worth of their stock, would you want to buy? If you just heard in the news that Nvidia was going to get so much bigger because all these chips just got shipped to some different country that just started AI or something like that, and they're hyping it up, and then you come on here and you're like, wait, CEO just sold $90 million worth of stock. Apple CEO just sold $46 million worth of stock. I wonder why. Why would they be selling when the news is saying everything's looking good and it's going to go up? But yeah, that's looking good. I think time to commit and push to GitHub. Make it live. See. Commit. Spell commit wrong. See if it still does it right. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, so going through the steps. API was SEC. Did the test and save each step. Or no, it was Poly. God, it was Polygon. So my next step that I just started implementing recently is to do like an analysis. Is this over-engineered, under-engineered, or why? And then when I was doing that, it'll give me suggestions and it'll clean some of the stuff up usually. Usually it finds like when it made mistakes and it had to change files. Some files that aren't in use usually end up still sitting there. Check it out on GitHub. right. Yep, I see the additions that just came through right now. So I'm gonna do this probably last step, not sure. All right, everything looks very good to me. As far as I can see, there's nothing else that I would really want to add. So what I want to do now is analyze for improvement. First, let me know if you think this is over engineered or under engineered and why. And after you give me your explanation, give me a prompt that I can give to Claude Code for it to check the same thing. Let me sit down. Yeah, so now you can see the entire right behind me, the entire the step-by-step system. Made it to this step right here. Analyze for improvement. And I've make sure I've gone through, checked each step off along the way. Okay, so what I'm seeing from Gemini's is saying that I've hit the Goldilocks zone. I'm guessing that means it is good. Why it's not under engineered, I didn't just pull data and list it. I added a weighted scoring algorithm, time decay logic, and an education station. Why it's not over engineered, I stayed within a single page dashboard, didn't build a complex login system, a massive database, or unnecessary microservices. I used the right tools for the job without adding bloat. The verdict, it's a high fidelity MVP. Looks professional enough to be a final product, but the code remains lean and maintainable. Areas for deep polish. While the features are balanced, the code might have some bruises from our fast-paced build sessions, specifically API resilience. What happens if Polygon is down for 5 minutes? Performance. Are we refetching the same data every time a user clicks a button, or are we caching it? That's a good one. Does the code know exactly what a Polygon response looks like, or is it guessing? So give this to Claude Code, tells the AI to stop building and start auditing. We have completed the feature set for Insider Edge. I want you to perform a technical audit for improvement before we deploy. So really that step, that must be what professional devs call it, is audit. So I guess, yeah, I was calling it analysis, but I should start referring to it as an audit. Do the caching, error boundaries, project structure, code review. And then provide a refactor plan first. Do not change any code until I approve the plan. Okay. So yeah, code audit is the right terminology. I'm going to change. Analyze for improvement to code audit. Yeah. Feeling good every time I finish one. Yeah, in a way, it's like I wish there was still more to build, but I gotta eat. Gotta eat soon. Take a break. Yeah, it's that's how I know. That's how I know what I'm doing is good. It's fun when I don't feel the need to take a break for hours straight. So I just noticed a comment. Context matters. What percent is that of their overall ownership? And does it match their standard sales pattern investing? Um, yeah, so I think I hear what you're saying. Like you as someone who doesn't understand the build process on this, it doesn't show that on there, but I did have that all factored into like the score it gave. But yeah, I should check the education station and see if it mentions that down there. I think that's a good thing to add to the education station is exactly what you're saying. Thank you for that comment. That is very important. Um and I'm gonna make sure I add that into the education station. So just finish this first, what I was working on. So goal setting. I want to talk about goals for a second. I feel like people like myself, I do this, I set goals that excite and even scare me. Not goals I already know how to achieve. Because if you know how to do it, the goal isn't big enough. Goals should be exciting and even a little bit scary. Not a goal that you already know how to achieve. That's major growth. That's major mental reprogramming. That's a paradigm shift. Constantly doing that over and over again. Notice I said like, a little bit, not like way out of your like understanding, but just like maybe the next step up, which is kind of not kind of, but is what I'm trying to do and what I have been doing with these apps every day. Trying something new, like trying like a new feature that I haven't tried yet, some new process that I haven't tried yet, and always adding in like, how can I make the system better? How can I make the process better? Even this whole challenge, uh yeah, I mean, I was like, at first when I said it, like a couple people were like, why don't you just make it like 100,000? like instead of $1 million goal. Like $1 million sounds like too much. And these were people who were not making, I don't think were making $1 million a year. They probably were like $100,000 a year people. And I was like, yeah, no, I mean, like I didn't want to like correct them, but I'm like, this is my goal. Like I'll set whatever goals, like, but I've done that before. Like made 100,000. Like that's not a new goal. That's like, I could have already done that. This is like new territory. This is like the next level. Like I don't want to stay setting goals to reach the same level I've already reached. And that is not scary and is not exciting. This is like the journey. So when I'm on my journey, got to make sure that I'm reaching the next level and get into the next shift of mindset, cuz I look back and yeah, I was trying to do something new, and it's cool cuz like I get to a point where like I go in on something, I go in on a goal, and like I remember just like the most recent thing I learned was wing foiling, and that was like over the last 2 summers. And it was weird. It was like I was like so like my goal was to learn it, and then I was like out there for like longer than most people, like learning, falling every day, like but I was just like so determined. And once I learned it, I noticed like my it wasn't as exciting. Well, I wouldn't say that with wing flying is super exciting, but like yeah, it was just like the drive wasn't there like it was before. And I was like, what's going on? Like my goal was to learn. I was like, okay, well yeah, I set a goal to learn this. This is one of the hardest things to learn for like board sports. And I did it. But then I did not set a goal. I was like, okay, now what? Like what's the next step from here? So now it's like I should start doing like jumps. I started doing like riding waves. That was like that was when I really like picked back up again. Once I was like, dude, now I want to learn to like ride these waves. Now that I can do it, I want to do it like riding waves. And then it was like the excitement came back, and then it was like, yeah, just like a brand new sport again. So yeah, always about reaching that next level, setting the goals that are like out of your comfort zone, scary, and essentially exciting at the same time. So yeah, we are making these changes for the what do they call it? I was calling it analysis code audit. I'm wondering too, how many tokens did I use today compared to usual? Yeah, still only used 10% of the session limit. Yeah, weekly's at like 3%. I guess that just started today. So yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, more mindset. No, everything is really about abundance. Um, you feel like the world is looking out for you. Feel like world's trying to help you and everything, and that's what you're gonna see more of, and vice versa. All right, so it's saying it did what it did. I'm gonna check the site, make sure it didn't break anything. Man, yeah, this is awesome. I don't even care that I have not been getting as much sleep as usual. It is totally worth it. But I'm glad that I changed my schedule up so I'm not working like all night anymore. Because, yeah, that was getting. I was like, didn't really set any goal, but I was like, yeah, I should be done by like 2 a.m., be like going to bed by then. Next thing I know, I'm just like working without even checking the time and I'm getting done. And it's like, I've been working for like 7 hours and it's like 4 o'clock in the morning and I still have to eat and everything. And I'm just like, dude, I don't want to live like this. I got to change my schedule. Just stayed up working all day. Went to sleep early last night. But it was right. It was worth it. Okay, everything is looking good. Yeah, commit this. And I'm going to copy and paste basically the summary of what it did into Gemini. Oh, that was Claude. Claude does not have the context for this one, so 0 errors. Yeah. By moving those 7 use state hooks into a custom use ticker search hook and setting up error boundaries, I've made the app stable enough to handle real world traffic. The SEC API glitches. Only one part of the app will show an error instead of the whole screen going white. Except that was not. I did not have the SEC. That's right. I did not have SEC. There's a caching now. 5-minute in memory cache is huge. Running and getting 0 errors is a seal of approval. The UI looks is now separate from your logic, the brain. This makes it 10 times easier to add new features later without breaking the design. Awesome. All right, look at the clean sweep. 0 errors, 0 warnings. We've refactored the entire engine. We run the engine. The engine does not run us. We moved all the complex search logic into a custom hook, set up a global error boundaries, and implemented 5-minute cache. This isn't just a project anymore. It's a hardened piece of financial tech. We're officially ready for the world to see it. This is the new edition. It's ready for the world. Oh, they're giving me a prompt to say like push to GitHub basically. But what I want to do is I want to mention that comment someone made and see what they're saying, because I think that was addressed, but it's not like explained right. So I just noticed a comment from somebody talking about context matters. What percent is that of the overall ownership that they're buying, and does it match the standard sales pattern investing? So I think that we did address this stuff, and it was like factored into the basically the overall score that each stock is going to get. However, I just want to double check with you, and also I think it would be a good idea to explain, this context part in the education station to a beginner investor. I'll paste the comment here, and you let me know what you think. Tired and hungry, but it is worth it. So close to being done. So currently the confidence score factors in the dollar amount and the role, but we haven't yet explicitly calculated the percentage change in ownership. We can pull the shares owned after transaction directly from the data to show exactly how much they upped their stake. And we can add a card to the education station. It says like, don't just look at the dollars, look at the percentage. If a CEO increased their total holdings by 50%, they aren't just investing, they're tethering their personal wealth to the company's future. Conversely, vesting sales, selling a small percent of a massive grant, are usually just for taxes and don't signal a lack of confidence. So there's a prompt. Calculate ownership percentage change. Look for that in the field in the API response. Calculate the percentage increase or decrease this trade represents compared to their previous total. Add a high conviction bonus if the trade increased their total position by more than 10%. Add a routine sale filter if an insider sells less than 5% of their total holdings. Label it as likely diversification or taxes, and reduce the negative impact on the score. In the activity feed, show the percentage change next to the dollar amount. Education station, add a new card titled Context and Ownership using the skin in the game logic we discussed. I think those should be separate. I think I should just have the education station for the next prompt. So it's not trying to do too much. All right. Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, I have built an app today, or building it. I'm going to go back to the VS Code window. So yeah, we're building it. It's cooking right now. And essentially, it's called the Insider Edge. Track insider trading. So I made it for beginners. Looks like it finished what it was just doing. So I'm going to check it out now on the browser. And I'm going to look for, I'm going to do Nike again. And this way I can check, because I know Nike hasn't made any trades recently, but when you check the last 6 months, then it shows up a lot of trades from the owner of Nike and like the EVP and yeah, that's how it's supposed to look. I just updated the overall score based on like, insiders buying and selling. How it calculates that, more like a context. So I've got that. That's like, I would say like that's not the main feature, but it is the one of the main. Like, well, I'm kind of split. Like, I think both these features are equally as good. This stock ticker search that does a score based on the stock that you want, And then this is more like, I think would be a main feature for me, because this is something that would bring me back to this app like every day, just to check like um who's made the biggest buy and sells for what stock in the very short term. I think I set this for like a week. Like over the past week, shows a list of like the top 10 highest buys and sells. And I mean, look at that, like number one, 89 million, number two, 13 million, and then it's all like, around 5. So this is essentially just like noise. That's what they're saying, like especially for like an Amazon or like Nvidia, 5 million. That's just like someone probably like, taxes, like it's almost tax season. So they probably just like sold that just to like pay their tax bill or something. And it doesn't really have much effect into like, whereas like Elon Musk buying like $90 million worth of Tesla, probably he's doing that because he thinks the price is about to go up. Or like the Jensen Huang of Nvidia, selling, almost $90 million of that stock, or Tim Cook of Apple selling like 45 million. That's like maybe they are thinking that the price is going down more likely, but here we got the market sector sentiment. This is big too. Can look and see like, most insiders are buying in the auto and energy industry right now. So that's probably a good industry to be looking at, like different stocks to get into. And then like tech, people are selling right now pretty big. E-commerce, people are selling big. Semiconductors, selling big. Finance and healthcare is just kind of sitting there, not doing anything. Education station, I just wanted to add that one last thing for the education station. Okay, so everything is good with the changes. I left the change out about the education station because I wanted you to add more details about it, like what it should say. So now create a prompt for the education station addition about the context. All right, so back to VS Code. Yep, I want to push it. All right, so we're going to add a fifth high impact card to the education station component, specifically about ownership context. Um, Title: the ownership ratio. Icon: use a scale or percent icon. The context: context is king. A $1 million buy sounds big, but if the CEO already owns 1 billion, it's only a like 0.1% increase. We look for skin in the game. When an insider increases their total stake by 5% or more, it's a high conviction signal. Conversely, small sales are often just for taxes or vesting and shouldn't be feared. So add a badge to this card that says watch the percent change, not just the money. Layout check. Ensure the 5 cards grid looks clean on both mobile and desktop. All right. So once this is done, I got this post prompt ready to paste. So we're adding the secret sauce to the education station. We had a great catch in the comments about how context matters. Although I did implement some of that stuff, I see how it's like not being caught. Because this guy in the comments, whoever said that guy knows what he's talking about. Because like I did, you can see, yeah, I still got the browser up. You can see right now it shows like Phil Knight and it shows like the percentage, but as a beginner, they aren't going to understand that. So like that's why I added this extra information so that like my target market for this app, making sure that this is like all directed towards them. So yeah, respect. Thank you for that comment, and got the code running, ready, almost done with the. It was just basically pushing it to GitHub, and now I want to give it the last prompt for the awesome. Wants me to give it a screenshot of the page. I have not been doing that. I feel like that's kind of redundant. Also too, like I'm building these apps right now and just installing simple tracking, and that way like I can see if people are using it, and I'm just like the main thing I'm focused on right now is solving like the main problem, providing value, and if people use it, then later I would go back and make upgrades. But if no one's using it, then either I might make upgrades and make it better. Like I know like those first few apps I made, I bet you if I looked at them again, I would be able to instantly think of something I could add that would make it like way more premium. And yeah, here we go. This would be the last step, and then I would know if everything is working right. So there it goes. Pro tip, watch the percent change, not just the money. All right. This is awesome. Okay, so push it to GitHub one more time. Yeah, making these better every day, a little bit quicker in every way. Barely even ran into any problems today. Just like one or two times that it got stuck, or like built like tried to get ahead of me and like build something I didn't ask it to build, and I had to like scale it back. Learned, understood more about the plan mode. Never seen it automatically go in there before. Essentially, I gave it so many instructions at once that it felt like that was necessary to do plan mode. And all right, so I pushed it to GitHub. I'm going to make sure that it is updated there. Oh, I didn't push it yet. Now it's pushing it. Just committed it, push it. Then I will make sure it updated. Add it to Vercel. Put in the API keys in Vercel. And yep. I see you 1 minute ago changes on GitHub. So I go on Vercel now. Add a new project. I gotta show the browser so it does not expose the API key. Import the insider edge. Go to environment variables. .env. Kind of like how this VS Code has a, like you can just like scroll down the window or like minimize the window for Claude Code, and then right behind it is all the folders, or not the folders, the file structure, but like the actual code. So like usually we just have like another window with all the code running next to backing cursor next to Claude Code, but I like this setup better because in that way you can just like hide it and it's not like, you know, it keeps everything cleaner, I think. Okay. API key. Value. Deploy. And, so I deploy this is building the logs. I'm gonna get a gonna set up tracking. And if you saw like the challenge from the start, first I was using Netlify. Netlify took longer for me to do this process. It did not have tracking. If it did, it wasn't on the free tier. So I was getting tracking from Google Analytics, GA4 I believe it's called. And that took longer, way longer than Vercel's tracking. Google Analytics has more detailed tracking, but it's not really necessary from the research I did unless you're ready to start doing paid ads. Everything I need to know is going to be here right now, which is basically like, are people using it? And let's see. I'm about to check it online for the first time, and it is working. So now I just want to install, continue to dashboard, go to analytics, hit enable, and then hit enable again. And now it's giving me some things I can copy and paste into either directly into code, or what I want to do is just tell Claude Code to make sure that the analytics is set up right. Out of sight. Day or night. Don't have to fight. There's peace and love. Giving thanks from up above for everything. All right. I just pushed it to Vercel and installed analytics, and I guess I just need a prompt to give to Claude Code to make sure the analytics are working. Vercel asked me to copy something. I will paste it here, but I'm not sure if it's necessary. And I made sure it's Vercel and not Versailles. I think Versailles is a place in France. Maybe even Ski Mountain. That's why I would probably know what that is. Yeah. Looking like this winter, if I want to get some good powder days for snowboarding, I would have to go to Canada or Japan or France. And if I wasn't doing this challenge, I would probably be in France or Switzerland right now. Because usually this is like the time where it is prime. But this year, not so much. Okay. Here's the code to give to Claude for the analytics. Yeah, so it's doing its thing. And man, I'm really proud of this. I'm getting more impressed every day of what's possible with this. Sky's the limit. Had a comment earlier today. I noticed. I'm gonna reply to it. I was just thinking about that I'll reply to it right after this stream. Basically, like the guy was saying, like, yeah, like 30 apps, that's cool. You know, do you think it's a good idea to like put all those 30 apps on the App Store? Like I think he was kind of saying like there's a whole process to get those up there, and it costs a lot, and like they're taking 30%. And I think like something that he didn't see, like, yeah, he's right. Like that would be like, probably a waste of money and time. what I'm doing is really like, trying to see first before I put anything like for sale, make sure that people are actually using it. And even though I'm making 30 apps, like I don't see, I'd be surprised after 30 days when I'm checking my analytics to see like, I want to see which apps are getting the most use out of it, what function of that app people are using the most. So if someone's not using an app at all, then I wouldn't want to put it up for sale. Let's say there's like, usually the way things have worked in business for me in the past, like there's an 80-20 principle. Usually like, you know, how does it work? 20% of the products, 10 or 20% of the products you make will like 80 or 90% of the profit. But like you don't really know. You just got to go with the flow and start creating, put stuff out there, and over time you'll start to get a better read as long as you got some tracking system of what's working and what's not. And once you get a better idea of what your audience likes, then you can start going more in that direction, creating more of that. And over time, you just get more dialed into like what people are going to use and have that understanding in your niche. So yeah, it's like a big business sense to this. And I don't even know the next step. Will that be, if some of them work really well, would that be putting it up on like the App Store? I don't know. I won't know until I get to that step. I won't know until I finish this step to reassess what the next step will be. Um, but yeah, it looks like I'm done. Yeah, this is a lot of fun, and I'm glad everybody hopefully got some value off of what I had to tell you today, and you were able to join in the process. I'm going to show the browser one more time with the app. So yeah, like even my favorite thing about this is like even if you don't want come on here to put in a ticker to look up a specific stock, this would be worth it just to come on here like maybe every couple days and just check for like 2 minutes, like who's selling, who's buying right now. um get an idea of like what sectors are like big right now, like what sectors are selling, what sectors are buying. So like that's money right there. um just trying to be more aware of what's going on, where the money's flowing, because that's where I want to be going. And yeah, just keep getting it and know that mindset's big. Like you believe it, you can achieve it. And just keep doing what you're doing to provide value to other people. So yeah, I think that's about for today. Hopefully you got some value off of what I had to say. And tomorrow I will have the updated live link for the Insider Edge for your simple guide to CEO buying and selling. But until then, yeah, build something awesome. And if you want to try any of these apps, they're in the description on YouTube. And if you get value out of it, let me know what your thoughts are, anything you would want to change or add. So yeah, that's it for today. Time for me to eat. I'm out. Respect. Give thanks.